Alright, I think I'll get started now. I have everything set up. Crimson Flag, looks like you might be in the chat here. Let me just double check. Let me know if you can hear me and if you can hear the music. Also let me know if the music's too loud. I'm basically going to continue doing what I've been doing the past few days and work on this Rey Master Chassis. Made some good progress. If you want to see this setup tested, I did it at the very end of yesterday's live stream. In the last 5 minutes, I think you should be able to see this whole thing lit up. Today, we're basically going to be putting the main soundboard holder, speaker holder section of the chassis on here, and then hopefully getting this entire section complete. So then we only have the hilt button connection to do. Yeah, just let me know if the music's alright. And for TikTok, I finally managed to get a higher quality stream, I think. Hopefully. In any case, if you do want the best quality stream, it's going to be on YouTube. So to start, let's go ahead and prep this chassis. So for those of you who are not here the past few days, or who are tuning in later, basically I bought all of this stuff, the chassis and the hilt secondhand, and it involved a Profi chassis version of this master chassis, and I like installing these with CFX. All my stuff is set up for CFX, so I went ahead and got a replacement chassis that supports CFX, so that's why I have two sections here. So let's go ahead and prep it. Crimson Flag, I can see you said, I can hear you in the music, both music is slightly louder than you. Let me turn that down then. Let's do it maybe right around there. Hopefully that's good. So let's go ahead and prep the chassis. We basically just have to chop this section off. These are supports that hold in this piece. This is the sort of rotation bit for the cogwheel turning mechanism. I'll show you once we get to it later. Don't know if we'll get to it today. Here we go. Thank you for the input on the music. I think yesterday I had it a little bit louder. We have a bit of a visitor here. I need to get an X-Acto knife, something nice and easy. Hey, no, don't do that. Ew. Got saliva on it. Stop it. Okay, no, I'm gonna use that wire later. You can't take it. You know, I've been streaming this for like 3 days. This should be the 4th, and The cat hasn't bothered me too much. She hasn't even come on stream. But I guess today is a weekend. Her day off of doing other cat activities. Alright, once again, you're not supposed to do that. So, I'm gonna move you. Okay, there we go. Making some good progress. I'm just cleaning up the little leftover bits here. No coordinated strike of cats. Yes, that's funny. He's trying to sneak her way back here. You know, I think we're gonna have to set up the magnets first in the chassis here. Not too bad. Trying to steal things. What are you doing? Don't do that. There. Alright, that's pretty smooth. Not the absolute smoothest, but I don't think we necessarily need it to be super smooth. Why are you stealing my stuff? Don't do that. Cats are looking to revolt today, apparently. She's not helping me with my install. Which she could be doing if she wanted to be helpful, but she does not want to be helpful. Need to give her a good place to lie down, but my laptop is in like the only open space here. Okay, let's work on setting up magnets. We're basically going to be setting up magnets for the door here, or this little hatch. There we go. Let me... Okay, I can't get in there. Head. Not CFX. Coffee. There we go. Store that for later. Just relabeled my bag. The one that this came in. No, don't chew on that. Okay, so this goes in here like that. We just need to add like 4 magnets, 2 in the front, 2 in the back, and on the chassis. All right. So I guess today we're just gonna have a visitor for the beginning, because I don't imagine she's gonna be here the entire time. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a good number. Alright. So I'm using the back end of this resistor leg, for those of you who weren't here yesterday for all the gluing I was doing. Back of a resistor leg, or just a resistor leg, is pretty small, so it's easy to use for precision gluing. Go. That's one down. Get another one ready. I also use the back of these tweezers or whatever because it's magnetic. It's easy enough to put in magnets. Go. Perfect. We have 2 magnets in now. What are we building today? Same thing as the past few days. This is the Rey Master Chassis. This is a Rey Master Chassis that I'm doing completely clean, no weathering. This is because someone has commissioned it from me and wanted it clean, so we're making it clean. This is the 5th Master Chassis for this Rey Saber I've done, so quite a lot, which is very, very nice. Right now we're just setting up the magnetic soundboard cover. Ludo says, good job, thank you. If you want to see how it looks, you can go on YouTube and check out my recording from yesterday's live stream. The last 5 minutes is me showing off how this, as it is, works so far. So far, so good. We're attaching the rest of the chassis today, so hopefully it'll be able to work on its own without me having to plug it into test kits and whatnot. And then that would pretty much conclude this build, except for the button section, which goes inside the hilt. Oop. Alright, so we have the magnets in now. Nice soundtrack, thank you. This is Closed on Sunday, lo-fi Star Wars music. It's on Spotify, or you can go on YouTube for his live stream. That's pretty much what I'm playing. Okay. So everything still fits, so now we just have to do the rest. So you always want to make sure that the magnets are pushing against each other like this before you glue in the opposing side, because if they're pushing against each other, when you insert the magnet in here, that means the side that's going to attract where we need it is going to be correct. So now let's add magnets to this side. Really doesn't take that much glue to hold these in place. Will you make it look dirty or something like that? No, not for this one. Normally I do. The past 4 I've done were all weathered and dirty looking. But this time, the customer wants it to be completely clean and shiny, so that's what I'm doing. Completely clean and shiny. We'll see how it comes out. It's definitely different than what I normally do. So it'll be a nice change of pace. I might still prefer the weathered version just because it brings out all the details a bit more. Ooh, like that. Always have to check to make sure your polarity is correct. How much do they pay me? It depends on the project. This one in particular, they paid me for both the hilt, chassis, and parts for me to go and get them for them. And then they paid me the labor fees. In total, this whole project will come out to like 2,500. You can see the whole build process from these past few live streams. Oh. Yep, it is a lot of money. Parts themselves are like 1,500. Whoa. That was a lot of glue that came out. Didn't think I put that much in. What's even more surprising is this isn't the most expensive one I made. It used to be the most expensive one. Mr. Hammett, welcome back. Thanks for coming back after yesterday's live stream. Crimson Flag on YouTube says, personally like it when it's dunked in brass black and then sanded back so it's highlighted the details. Absolutely, yeah, that's my favorite. But honestly, this is looking pretty cool, and I'm pretty happy to do something different. Because if you see, it's going to look like that. Pretty cool. Does hide the details a bit, but I do enjoy the look. Just because it's different. In my mind, because some people say that the insides of lightsabers shouldn't be weathered, just because it's, you know, not exposed to the elements or whatnot. But I think it could potentially be weathered, because if you think about it, it's all these electronics and all these like mechanics and stuff. It's got to be hot inside the lightsaber. So there at least would be heat staining and then oxidization or something. Probably have to maintain your lightsabers every now and then, because all the technology on the inside gotta wear away a little bit. But that's just my headcanon, as they say. Really don't understand this section. Why? Why does the magnet stick out? For what reason? I don't get it. Ray's parts would be weathered because you would have found them while scavenging. Yeah, probably. See, I've had this issue before with these Rey chassis bits where it has this magnet sticking out. In my first ever build, I like sanded the inside in order to expand the space. But in my more recent Rey sabers, I haven't had to do that. So I was hoping it would be that way this time as well, but it does not seem to be the case. What a shame. That means I'm gonna have to remove this magnet because I was hoping it would work. But no. What's blocking it? Not sure what's blocking it. I do have to open it up a bit. Time to get the acetone. Alright. Acetone has been gotten. Where do I get my parts and crystals from? The crystals are tricky. I find them on Etsy and then I try to message people to see if they have the right diameter that I need and the right height. Because more often than not, when you buy crystals, they send you big ones. But in lightsabers, you need small ones. But not too small, so it's very tricky. Okay, a little bit of acetone, we'll see how that works. The parts, depends on the project, but most of the time it's the Saber Armory. They sell like some of the best hilts, and then they also offer the DIY hilt kits, so you can get the chassis and electronics all in one place, all in one purchase. You don't even have to think about what you get. The only time you can think of when they showed the inside of a lightsaber was the Starkiller game. Not canon anymore, so there's that. I hear that Jedi Survivor shows the inside of a lightsaber during your customization. I haven't played the game yet. I have it, but I just haven't gotten around to playing it. But also I hear that they base the inside of that lightsaber off of the MB Saber's design, which is pretty cool. Or heavily inspired by it, at least. Which is pretty cool. Okay, just trying to pop this magnet out. Because what I need to do is I need to use a Dremel to open up the holes a little bit more. Can you buy just the chassis, like a fully installed one? Or the parts and stuff? Because you can buy just the chassis itself without the electronics and unassembled. You can go directly to Goth3 Designs. He has a new store he calls the Kyber Temple. Pretty great place. Trying to break up the glue in here just a little bit. Okay, Good? So now we just have to be a little patient. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about the fact that this might not fit, as the previous, 3 times I've made this lightsaber, it's worked just fine. Or maybe just the past couple. Can't quite remember. But there seems to be a little bit of material inside the hole, so the magnet can't sit as far in as it needs to. So what I need to do is I need to use a Dremel in order to just get rid of that material, open it up a little more. Maybe? Nope. This one's thin. Too thin. We're off to a slow start today, but we'll get it done. Okay, I'm just breaking these toothpicks. How do I get it out? Acetone on the top here? Possibly. Oh. You really want to get a GOT 3 conversion for your Savvy's lightsaber, but you want it a 2-button design, not a sliding switch? I see. Yeah, I saw that he offers those conversions. He also offers conversion kits, which I need to try, but yeah, I don't know about the 2-button thing. I'm sure it's possible. You could always message him. If you're going to send it in for him to do it anyways, you might be able to change something, but I don't know. I don't know if he really, if he wants to mess with the Savvy's workshop too much. Oop, here we go. Okay. There goes the magnet. Popped right out. Okay, so I say what we should do is go straight into dremeling it. Make it nice and clean. Put the acetone away. Hit acetone. Acetone is great, but it is very scary because any misplaced drop and you're gonna melt away plastic bits, make them all ugly and stuff. Always got to make sure. Be very careful with it. All right, what was I doing? The Dremel. Time for the Dremel. Last time I ran out of charge, but I've charged it since then. I actually charged it on stream, so we should be okay. What do I want to use here? Maybe one of these? What are my tweezers? Alright. Is this a good size? Yeah, that's probably fine. We'll do that. Always wear safety glasses when doing these things. Never know what's going to be flying in the air. Okay, just a little at a time. What's your favorite saber you've built? The favorite to build or the favorite that is completed? Because my favorite completed lightsaber is probably the MB sabers, but it was not my favorite to make. That was kind of a pain. It would be much better if I didn't sand all the steel, but that's yep. That doesn't take away from the fact that the end result's pretty awesome. This might be my favorite to make, although this time it's been a little bit more tricky than the previous, like 3 times I've done it. Don't know why, but I've just come across a few more instances, maybe because it's been a while. I don't know if this is doing much. Maybe? Hard to say. Maybe I need a bigger one. Bigger drill bit. Can you show it? Yeah, I can show it. Just give me a second. I won't show it for too long, if I don't get too sidetracked. There we go. Let me just get my bigger drill bit here. You're used to acetone eating everything I work on. You use a lot for working your airbrush work while building models. That stuff is no joke. Yeah, scary stuff. Airbrushing seems pretty cool. I want to get into that. I want to try and expand my ability to make lightsabers this year. So I'm going to be working on learning how to design things better. Design fancy chassis, or at least fancier than basic. And then working on, is this the same size or is this, can't tell. And then working on designing hilts. And then I want to get into learning how to weather properly. With the same size. Oh, this is a bit bigger, I think. That'll work. So yeah, I'm trying to get into doing all that, and I think airbrushing would help with some of the hilt making. Model work seems hard. Painting in general just seems difficult to me. Don't know why, but it always seems harder than what I do here. Hey Simon, welcome back to the live stream. Once again, slow going. I'm just preparing this chassis section with magnets. I have 2 in, but the top part of this needs to be opened up a little more because either the way it's designed or the material that it's printed in doesn't allow the magnets to go all the way in. There we go. We're doing some work with this one. I'm going to move this away. I don't want metal shavings getting near it. I'll show the MB Saber's lightsaber in a second. Looks like this is the one that's making progress. Definitely seeing some brass shavings here. I'll quickly show you the chassis. There you go. Steel, brass, aluminum blade holder, but all the shiny stuff here, silver shiny, is steel that I had to sand from a matte black. I wish I had a bigger belt sander, but the one I bought for the job was pretty skinny. And then of course I put it in a vintage Graflex. There we go, making some progress. Ooh, it's getting warm. Is to be expected. But chassis, that's the MB Sabers. I have a couple videos on TikTok for it if you want to check. I haven't made a build video about it yet. I did film the process, but it's going to be a long time until I even get to that video because I have so much of a backlog. Yep. Just cleaning it up a bit. Does not sit much deeper. Let's see. What kind of progress am I making here? It's not too bad. Need to shave down the sides. Okay. I could definitely feel the ledge in there. Have to get rid of it. Just got your first empty hilt from Ignition Sabers. Doing installation yourself using proxy. Been watching your videos for guidance. Thank you. Yeah, that's awesome. Ignition Sabers makes amazing hilts. I've worked on their Dark Saber before. I believe it was a different one. But in any case, Ignition Sabers is great. I really like their Mercury hilts. I want to get one for myself one of these days. There's so much you could do with it. Airbrushing is super easy. Hardest part is just starting to do it. Really, all the hard work is masking stuff. Ah, really? Sounds cool. Yeah, there's a little ledge in here. Sorry for the noise, guys. Well, the dark saber I was talking about earlier was one I was working on for a friend. It was called the Dark Sai, Dark SAI, and I don't remember where it was from, but I'm pretty sure they went out of business. Oh, it was Kaizen Sabers, and they went out of business, or they just stopped. My dark sabers, I have two of them. One is from Saber Bay, which was supposed to be the most accurate one, or the closest to be the most accurate one. But I think I like the one that's a little less accurate, made by Malibu on the RPF. The RPF is a forum for props and stuff. And someone did a independent run to try and make their own version. Really wondering if this is doing much work. This is how I did it in the past, though. Good website for budget lightsabers. Well, one I know is safe for sure is Imperial Workshop. I recommend them all the time. I also have a discount code with them. They're the only place I do, because they're reputable enough for me to trust them. I have one of their sabers and I've used it for a few projects that I've worked on, and it's great. Budget, super cheap. They don't overcharge you for the sabers that everyone else sells, because all these websites pretty much sell the same same lightsabers these days, all except for the ones that are like in the custom lightsaber community. But everyone pretty much sells the same LGT or TXQ hilts. It's just a matter of finding ones that aren't overpriced and like super upsold, and having good customer service and everything like that. Let's see here. So you can always use my code on there. I get $5 from it for every purchase, and you get 5% off. Really nice. And I don't think that did much of anything. Alright, Simon says that he has a question. You wired the motor for the spinning chamber to the positive and negative of the accent LEDs. Is that correct? Would that be for Profi or CFX? I mean, if you're working on the accent LED pads and stuff, it'll work just fine, because it's basically just positive and negative that it needs. For Profi, let me try and remember. I know they have a... I'm trying to remember. Have I done a Profi with the motor recently? Probably not. So it's not something I'm too familiar with, but I'm pretty sure they have a wiring diagram either on Frederick Hubb's website. Maybe he includes a motor. If not, it'll probably be in the manual. But it should be just fine. You just need the positive goes to the positive, for sure. Probably with the resistor on it, like what I'm doing here. The negative, you could probably set it up to any of the LED pads and then just dictate what it does. Because Profi's a lot simpler than Crystal Focus, but when it comes to motors, there's only so much you can really do. There's just a positive and a negative. Positive always goes to the positive, and then the negative, it could either go where the NeoPixel negatives go, it can go on its own independent LED pad. It really depends, I think. So we're just going to be working at this for a while, it seems like. Pretty annoying. Trying to get all this settled. Let's see if I can file it. Do I have any good files for this job? Maybe. Because this material is causing issues. See ya, Mr. Kirk. Thanks for tuning in. Hopefully next time this thing is going to be complete. Or like 99% complete. 5-volt micromotor. Let's put a resistor. Works fine. Yeah, the resistor I think is just for safety. So it doesn't burn out as fast, probably, or doesn't overload it. I'm not 100% sure on the electronics aspects of it, because again, I'm not too familiar with how everything works. I just sort of learn over time. Because all my knowledge on electronics and everything like that is literally just lightsaber based. So I just try and piece things together. But if you look at the Crystal Focus manual, the wiring for the motor, and yeah, it's a 5-volt motor because that's the standard for lightsabers, always has a resistor. 22 ohm half-watt resistor is what I'm using for this motor. It's possible that Profi has some resistors attached already to their stuff, or to their board, and to limit the amount of power going through, but I have no idea. In any case, that's just what I've seen from the manuals and such. Hey Archer, welcome back. Right now we are doing more chassis prep, unfortunately. I was hoping it'd be easy, but it's not. I'm adding the magnets to the CFX section and the soundboard cover. And the two top magnets have material inside of the magnet holder that I need to get rid of because the magnets stick out too much. That's just what I have to do. I've had to do this on a few of the Rey sabers, but I could have sworn that recently I didn't need to. Maybe he made an adjustment in the printing methods or something. But since I got this secondhand, my guess is they bought this a while ago before he made any of those changes. Yep, 22. At least that's what the calculations on the CFX manual shows. He also shows how you get the calculations. So if you were to use a different motor, like a larger volt or something like that, smaller, you can be able to change the or calculate your resistor for it. Right. Has this done anything? I cannot tell. Nope, cannot tell. Just hoping that I'm able to get this smoothed out. Hey, that's made some progress. That looks a little bit further down. Yeah, it's definitely further down, so progress is being made. Just very slow progress. Back to the Dremel. You're looking good. Archer, you were wondering where you got the lightsaber from. This is what a $8,000 lightsaber looks like. So I don't have it in person. That video was just me taking the maker's video and chopping it up and adding subtitles and basically putting all what I believe are the important bits together to showcase it in a short format. That is from MB Sabers. MB, like the letters MB-Sabers, and you can find his website. He offers kits these days, so you can make it yourself. But he also probably offers fully made ones occasionally. There we go, making good progress, very good progress. More so on one side than the other, but you can kind of see the difference here. Magnet is right up top here, and here. I don't know if you can tell. You can tell more here. This side sticks out more than this side, so you can definitely see there's progress. Anakin Bird, where do I get a budget lightsaber? There's a lot of places you can get budget lightsabers because most places sell the cheap LGT or TXQ resold thingies. I would say that a safe bet is Imperial Workshop. They have a good history, good customer service. You can use my code if you want. Code Avery for 5% off, I think. And I get a small commission from it. But they're the only place that I have a code for, because they're the only ones I can feel pretty confident in. But they're not going to rip you off or something. But they sell the same lightsabers as all the other LGT resellers. But these guys, I think, get them in stock through customer service and repairs and stuff. Can't say for sure if they do in-house repairs, but from everything I've heard in my experiences, they're reputable and have been around a while, unlike some of these cheaper places. So yeah, try Imperial Workshop. Use my code. This is just my name, Avery. I hear you can also go to places like Fire Sabers, maybe? Dark Wolf Sabers, the Pack Store, PACH Store. Let's see here. Has it improved? Yes, it has improved drastically. That's great. Really good. This one's almost flush now. There we go. What do I do to make it flat? Pretty good. Okay, so I have one side 99% completed. I was hoping to get started on the electronics soon, but you know, you can never really plan for these things. I guess I could plan. I had prior knowledge on how this might work. Just forgot about it. All this work just to add 2 magnets. I'd say that that's probably good. something like that. And I'll just glue it in, try and keep it flat. Should be good. So let's work on the other one and then get that flat. So for anyone who's just joining or is new, what I'm doing right now is doing some chassis prep for this Rey lightsaber. And I'm adding magnets to this soundboard cover. It's going to stick to this section here. And I have to clear out the excess material that's causing these magnets not to sit properly in here. That side's great. This side needs some work still. Still getting stuck, so have to put a little bit more work in. There's always something small and fiddly that throws a wrench into the works. Just the way this type of work goes, absolutely. Yep. I was having these kinds of issues earlier, in the very beginning of my build. Day 1, I think, or day 2. When I was working on the top part of the chassis, installing it with the motor and the accent pixel ring and the rotary chassis PCB at the top. The motor got glued in a little too high because I was trying to adjust things, move the motor up, and then it got stuck there. Had to spend a bunch of time loosening it up. And then when I did and put everything back in place, the motor stopped working for whatever reason. So I had to spend some time fixing that. So it took forever to get that top section set up. But that's the most important section because that's where you start from. And then you have to route all the wires through. So it's been a journey. It's all been documented on these live streams. Let's see if that did it. Ooh, I think it did. I think that's actually perfect now. Magnet sits in a little further than this side. That's okay. I'll just glue it before it goes too deep in. Let's smooth this side out a bit more. Okay. Let's see. That's good. Not bad at all. Okay. I want to clean off this section though. I've been using these tweezers to glue things in for a long time, so that it has a little bit of a layer, or a couple layers of this glue sitting here. There we go. That's good. Very good. A little bumpy over here. There we go. All nice and smooth again. That's nice. Now let's get to gluing, finally. get back to gluing. Finish off the magnet section here. Clean up the table a bit. Don't want metal shavings around. Okay. Just gonna clean up my resistor leg a little bit too. Okay. Now, one at a time. Once again, we have to make sure that the polarity of these magnets are good. Always have to repel. It sticks. That's not the side you want. You want to put it on something magnetic, check to see if it repels. And that way, you put it in, it'll stick. Just a little bit of glue. Just a little bit goes a long way. Okay, maybe that was too little. A little bit more. That should do it. Double checking again. Inactivity detected in my live. There we go. TikTok apparently needed to check that I was still active. Okay, we'll put that in. Make it nice and flat. Should be good. Right, that's one magnet down. Check. Looks good to me. Now we just have to do the other one.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Here we are. There we go. Magnetized. Finally. Now we have the magnetized soundboard cover. How exciting. Let's clean up a bit. Then we can move on to actually installing things. I don't think we'll need the Dremel, so I'll put that away. don't need it anymore. One hour into the live, and what we've managed to do is put in 4 or 8 magnets. Make some more progress. So, I guess I could do this. This is going to be the fun part. We deserve a little bit of fun after that. So the fun part is putting it in here. And then we'll move on to the speaker and setting up the accent pixels on the speaker. And then we'll move on to wiring up the soundboard after that. So let's see, we want the soundboard to be facing this way. I want all of the positives to go through the positive battery tab section right here. Because we're going to connect all the positives directly to the battery tab. Is this a positive? Nope. That's the motor negative. This one's a positive, but I'll deal with that later. This one should be a positive. Yep. Do that. This is going to be great, guys. Once this chassis piece is on, it's going to look much closer to the finished product. Just want to make sure everything is going where they need to be. So we have the button, data in, motor negative, blade detection, ground for the button, data 1, and all the positives are going to where they need to go. There we go. I'll put where's my other set of tweezers? There we go. Bit tricky, but we'll get it. I think the wires are going to get a bit tangled up. We'd be able to untangle them once more wires are through. Go and put this positive through the positive battery tab section. There. Then we have data in. Now the question is going to be where or how best to route this massive negative. Curl it. Put all 4 in here like that. Maybe. Okay. See how this goes. Okay, making sure all the wires do not get tangled. My big massive wire here doesn't get tangled either. All my positives will be here. Hopefully we have enough space to close it. Seems like something is stopping it. Little glue strand, maybe? Being stopped somewhere. Ah, it's probably you. I have plenty of space. Question is, what is stopping the progress? Nothing. Nothing is stopping the progress. Great, cool. Not bad. So it looks like this all goes together like that. Ta-da! Doesn't that look cool? Looks almost complete. To me. The question is, which way do I want to have the soundboard? Because in the past, I could only really fit it in one way. But as of the past couple times, I've been able to put the soundboard in pretty much however I wanted. Something like that. Not that I can really test because of all this. I can try. So it would fit, except for one thing. This orange box. If I flip it around. The orange box get in the way again. Don't think so. I could do that. But does everything else fit? Not really. So how about this way, which is how mine is set up? These are the kinds of things you plan in advance, but I decided not to. And also, I only really had this soundboard since yesterday or whatever. Or this soundboard holder. Yeah, well, this is the way. Yep, gonna be this way.
Show me the one whose safety deems such destruction.
Just like mine, so we're gonna have to have 3 negatives working their way this way. Then what are you? You're a negative,
This is the way.
probably for the accent. And then speaker's gonna go that way. Blade detection's gonna be on this side. Motor negative is gonna be on the opposite side, actually. So with builds like this, where they're really crammed and there's very little space for wires, it's really important to know which side of the soundboard your wires go to. And I also don't want to tangle the wires too much, because then that wastes space. And what's nice about this build is it's actually not too many wires. Because imagine having this, but also add 4 wires for Bluetooth and also 4 wires for an OLED screen. That can be a lot of trouble. Alright, testing your routing on these looks like it could be a major pain. Doesn't look like there would be an easy way to do it until everything's assembled. Yeah, you kind of just have to plan it. All the wires are in the same place until the middle section, and then you just have to think, okay, which part do I want the wires to go this direction or the opposite direction, which is how I set it up. Positives are towards the bottom here. They go through the positive, what do you call it? Where the positive battery tab is going to be. And then everything else goes upwards, but then the left and right of the soundboard is a bit tricky. So it's going to be like that. This one's also over here. And I just route the wires. This is a very long and tedious process. Not like if the rest hasn't been, but this one is also long and tedious just because you want to get the wiring right to make your life easier. That is a CFX board. You suggest it instead of Profi board. It really depends on your project. Profi board is way easier to work with because the pads are huge. All the holes are huge. It's not as complex. Most wires have a single spot they go to, and that's that. I would recommend Profi for new installers, but if you want CFX because you like its features or whatever it can do, well, then you kind of have to figure out how it works. All this is going to be shoved in here. Don't need to be gentle about it or anything. Just get in there. Maybe I should put this one in first. And then you also have to think about the accent pixel strip that I'm going to be attaching to the speaker here. It's going to have one side where the data goes into, and then the data out will go another direction. So the positive and negative, positive is going to be directly connected to the positive here. The negative is going to be connected to the rest of these things, which I have here. So let me think. it's going to need 3 wires on one side and then 1 wire on the other. The data out, which is going to be the data in here. So the data in will connect to the out of the accent pixel strip, and then the other side of the pixel strip is going to have the data in from the board. So the board's going to go straight to it. And then the power is going to come from here. This one that I connected to all the other ones. And the positive will be connected to the positive. Yeah. Lots of thinking. Lots of stuff to do about it. What to do with it. This should be... What are you? Data in. So then you also have to think, okay, do you want it on the left side or the right side? Which has less wires? Fewer wires. There we go. And then I want to shove all my wires that are smaller than these big ones underneath the big ones, so when I shove the big ones in there, it'll get wedged in and hold all the small wires in place so they never move. Got to think about all these things. The motor negative will go this way. There's not going to be a lot. I also need the positive and negative of the... Well, no, I just need the positive, but again, positive and negative doesn't matter with the button as long as they're separate. But I like to just keep them in mind. Okay, so we have this one. There we go. What are you? Data in? Data in needs to be... Oh, I don't know. It's gonna need to be somewhere. Button. Trust me, it's all well worth your time and effort to properly put where the wires are. Because then everything is going to lay perfectly. You're not going to have bunches in certain areas, bunches of wire. Then all of this goes into this channel nicely, like that. You guys want to have a bit of a closer look. Here you go. So these wires I just set up, which is the button and the motor negative, they need to be on this side of the board. They can just hang out here, and then they'll be shoved in place underneath all of my negatives, because I need 3 negatives for the blade, as well as the accent pixels, and then this is a negative for an accent pixel on the speaker. We will solder all to the board on Monday. Maybe tomorrow, maybe today, hopefully today. Hopefully today I'm going to solder everything to the soundboard, but I need to get this speaker set up. But before I do that, I want to make sure all my wires are in the right side of the chassis. Not directionally, but the correct side of the chassis that they need to be on. Yep, something like that. Now for the data in, this needs to go to our accent pixel strip over here. Yeah, I should be able to do it today. I've only been here for an hour and a half. I don't imagine I'll stop. I'm right here, right at the end, at least of this main chassis section. Blade detection needs to be all over here. There's a lot of things to do right there. Yep, lots of things to do right here. This is blade detection. We'll just shove it down here. And again, because I chose to go with 32 gauge instead of my 30 gauge, which I've been using, I have a lot more space than I used to. Everything is going together a lot easier. Data in. I'll figure that out later. Data 1. So data 1 needs to be on this side. Good to know. data 1 needs to be over here, because it goes right in between a couple of these negative pads for the blade. Here we go. Now we have data 1 along with button, motor negative, blade negatives. It's a lot of wire, a lot of big wire going on over here on this side of the soundboard. So we'll want to have everything else going on the opposite side if we can. Auto clicker on the heart button. Nice. Want the data to be on this side.
This resistance.
Nope. And we will wrap it like that. I may have to redo the negative clump right here, this big giant mass of negatives, because I think I want I think what I want is I want the negative powering that one be on this side rather than clumped in with all of those, so I have to wire that one backwards. Which could be annoying. But trust me, it will look so much better at the end. Because we don't want too many wires in this crevice too, or else this isn't going to sit on there properly. Okay, so data in will need to be on this side. I'll stick it through there. There you go. And then these are all the positives. Blade detection for sure just needs to hang out over here. Ground for the button also just needs to hang out over here. So yeah, we have a lot of space on this half of the world. A lot of space right around here. What I want is I want to redo this negative cluster. So let's take the chassis off a little bit. Just a little bit, not too much. And rewire one of the wires on this negative cluster. Wonder if it would be easier to just do that. Probably not. Probably need to have it open like this. I'll have to reroute some stuff, but okay. TikTok says violation detected. And now to avoid suspension. Want that? It's probably the music, is my guess. I'll just pause the music for a minute. See if I can remove the music from TikTok and just fit for YouTube. How would I do that? Or is that a person saying that? Can't tell. Looks like a real notification. No, notification is a human being. I think that's a person tricking me. I feel like that's a person tricking me right there on the live, because that's someone named notification with 598 followers. That's pretty good. It looks pretty real. Put the music back on. If I get suspended from TikTok, so be it. Sounds fine to me. It's very convincing, Mr. Notification. I don't know if I like it, but it is very convincing. You probably get a lot of people who actually end their live streams because of it. That would probably be fun to do. Just go around to your live streams and terrorize people that way. But yeah, it looks pretty real. Very good. Let's see here. How do I remove this easily? Stab it. There we go. Just stabbing it. Don't go to the troll side. Yes. Yes, that's why I make videos. I don't try not to rage bait, try not to troll. Not that I would just, I don't really comment on people's videos and stuff. But you can have thoughts on being like, "Oh, this is how I would troll if I wanted to." As long as you don't actually do it, Metal Master Origin's gonna take a GoFundMe? Yeah. Says it costs over $10,000? Yeah. I don't know if that's in United States currency or not, but I wouldn't doubt it. That's why you make it yourself. It's much cheaper that way. It's also a lot of work. Very worth it in the end. There we go. Now, I'm gonna have to reroute these wires in a bit, but that's okay. Undo this label. Rage bait, yeah, leads to rage. Rage leads rage bait. Oh man. And it was so annoying to get all of these in position to begin with. Zoom out so you can see a bit more. A bit less and a bit more at the same time. Stick this in there. Hold on to it. Hopefully it doesn't disappear. Then we need to take out... Which one? This one. 30 gauge negative, and we need to point it in the other direction so that it is easier. Yeah, that might not actually be too bad. I think I can do it. Let's get it out of there. I think I can do it without harming everything else. If Yoda existed in today's day and age, that is what he would say. Thoughts lead to emotion, emotion leads to rage, rage leads to rage bait. That's how you become a troll in Yoda's mind. Now we flip this around. I'm scared to do so. Bundle of wires is just such an annoyance. Get this figured out. But trust me, having this wire pointed in the opposite direction as it originally was will be way better, ultimately. Oh no. Things are falling apart. No. Go. Not too bad. Things are shifting a little bit. I can fix it. Don't touch the plastic. Okay. That's okay. I can work with that. I can work with this weird bundle. Yep, workable. Now let's put another heat shrink on there. This one? Maybe? Probably. That'll be fine. Is that too much? Should be okay. We need to have these three. These are all negative. These are the three main negatives that we need. Negative from battery tab goes to the board directly, so we don't have to worry about adding a line for that. Do that. And just move it over here. Not too bad. There, maybe? It's a little low now. Right there. That should be good. And we shrink the heat shrink. Something like that. Yep, all good. It's good enough. Now let's redo some of this. So the stuff that we need on the opposite end will be you, data 1, door, underneath these guys. Yep. I want to reduce the tangle as much as I can. Yep, that'll do. We'll just move it over here with this wire. Perfect. And then it'll do a little circle that way. No, it would be even better if I just did it the opposite direction. Then actually do that. Now, how necessary is all of this wiring? Be perfect? Probably not that necessary, but I like it. I think it helps. Helps everything lie down properly. Have as much extra space as you possibly can have. Real quick, point to the camera. Point to the camera. You can't tell me what to do. I'm not pointing to the camera. Give me a good reason. What's at the camera? Why am I pointing? Let's see, we need motor negative over there as well. I'm just redoing all the wires. You're leaving the stream. Okay. Have fun with your day. You can tune back in later if you want to see this thing completed. Give it another couple hours and I say I probably have everything wired up. Or if you're not patient, you can always just look at my completed versions of this. This is the Rey Scavenger Master Chassis. It's pretty cool. What's next? Ground? No, ground stays over here. Data in also stays over here. Blade detection also stays over here. Ground, blade detection, data in. All three of those stay over here. Button. Yes. Button. You can go that way. There we go. Very good. Things are going well. Let me just put the button over here. Voila. Now we have button, motor negative, data 1, all routed really well in that direction. Very good. All of that is very good. But then we have everything else over here. Blade detection, ground, data in, positives all go down there. Then we'll have the negative, then we'll also have the positive for the accent strip over here. Let's shove this one in here. You're happy that guy's leaving. You know, there are just going to be some trolls and some people trying to get attention. They're a little weird, but they're not doing too much harm. Okay. We'll reach all the way there. Perfect. Good. Everything is routed pretty much exactly where they need to be. I want to put my negative sticker back on these. There we go. And Then we can just do that.
I have to sort this out on my own.
Not bad.
Without the council. And without you.
I use the back of my tweezers here to try and help line everything up. Actually works really well. Probably do something like that preemptively. Make it really smooth.
This isn't
Awesome. Very cool. We're getting very close. This is exciting, you guys. I can set up the battery tabs. The negative, we'll have a negative just going straight to the negative on the soundboard, which is way over here.
I can't stay here any longer.
Wonder if I have enough space.
Not now.
I am not sure. I mean, I will have enough space. It's just whether I want to shoot it directly in here. Do I have enough space for a 22 gauge positive and negative on that side? Or should I try and fit it on this one? And then just like loop it. That is a question. Either do that. I think it might be a little nicer to loop it the long way. I really wish I could put this here. I can't. Because then I have that in the way. When you get 100,000 subs, you do a free lightsaber giveaway? Yeah, sure. I'll do that. I'll even make it a good lightsaber. 100,000 would be awesome. So yeah, if I make it to 100,000, I'll probably do a pretty awesome giveaway then. The trick with giveaways, though, is if you announce a giveaway, or even if you have a lot of subscribers, you will have scammers pretending to be you and trying to scam your audience, and it's pretty awful. Kiwu Katie? I'm making Rey's lightsaber, the Master Chassis version. So this is the stuff that goes inside of a lightsaber, just, you know, conceptually and artistically, this is what it might look like in universe. I'm doing this for a customer. This is a clean version, so it's nice and shiny. Normally I'd make them weathered, where it's darker and you can, you know, see a little bit of grime, a lot of grime. But he wanted it to be super clean, so I'm just installing all the electronics, setting up the insides. We're actually getting pretty close to having it be done, but I would probably give it another hour and a half. So if you don't want to sit here for that long, just tune in a little bit later. About an hour and a half, and then it'll be, yeah, it'll be nice and done. Or close to done. You've made a lightsaber before, really? What kind of lightsaber? You haven't? Oh, okay. Haven't made a lightsaber before. You should. It's a lot of fun. I say, it's a lot of learning. And doing difficult things always allows you to grow as a person. You get to learn some cool skills. At the very end, you can feel very proud of your achievement of making a lightsaber. It's one of the coolest feelings ever. Chad Davidson. Oh, hey. How's it going? Good to hear that you still use it and you love it. Yeah, I'm always worried about the lightsabers I send out, because I build them to last. I build them to be as solid as I possibly can make it, but you never know. I always worried that they're gonna break, and then the people who are my customers or whatever never reach out, and they just, I don't know. I would prefer if people who get lightsabers made for me. If anything goes wrong, just contact me so I can fix it. Because, yeah, my whole goal is to try and give you guys a good lightsaber. Yeah, the cost of the parts can be pretty high. You can always start with a cheap one. Oh yeah, yours was the Cal Kestis. I love that Cal Kestis. I think yours might have been the first one that I did with the light up bottom, or one of them. I really like that one because that has the broken end with the LEDs at the bottom. So cool. It's really cool. I need one for myself, but unfortunately, I don't have a Cal Kestis working right now that has the broken end, and I don't know when I can. But yeah, love that thing, and it feels solid too. Really good. Cost of parts and right board and blades and hilts. Yeah. Let me help you out a little bit. Woo K2. Anakin Skywalker Episode 3. Okay, I would say your best bet is probably still to go to the saberarmory.com. So thesaberarmory.com. You can find the Knight AS3, which is what Anakin's Episode 3 lightsaber is named on his website. The hilt is going to be a little bit expensive because it's going to be probably $250, but it is on the cheaper side of hilts, but it will be super close to what the movies actually had as their prop, because they're very good with accuracy. And it's going to be a high quality hilt, so it'll feel really nice in your hands. But they also offer kits. So you can go with the most basic kit possible and just get the Eco chassis, which is just a plastic chassis, no metal, no crystal, nothing like that. Just a plastic chassis to hold your electronics. And you can do a cheap, basically they put all the electronics in that kit for you, so you don't even have to source your electronics. Everything you need will be right there. So you can find the hilt you like, which is the Knight AS3, and then you can choose the chassis and electronics kit option, which will be the Eco chassis, and I would go with Profi V2 if you want to keep it really cheap. Profi V3 is a little bit nicer. Just because it has a bit more storage space, it's a bit faster, but you don't really need it. If money is your problem, go with Profi V2 because that's only like a $30 board. So go with that, and it'll make it super cheap. My bet is it's probably about $450-ish. I could probably look it up right now, but about $450 is my guess is how much it would be. Then you just have to spend some time to solder things together. Put it together. It's really easy, that one, because it's just a single chassis and you just wire each part within that chassis. You don't even have to have separate chassis for the hilt. There's nothing removable. It's literally everything you need is in that one plastic chassis. So you can watch any of my videos that I have. You can watch a build log, or you can watch my build tutorial. That one's a harder lightsaber than what you would be installing. You could get it through a website that's trustworthy, but it's a bit harder to find one that's good to it's a bit harder to find one that's reliable, that you'll get the install and it won't be damaged or it won't be a little faulty. And customer service can be a bit weird. Plus, it's just a really fun thing to do, build a lightsaber, and when it's done, you can be super proud of it. And it's really cool. I don't know, there's just something really special about spending your time and effort putting together your lightsaber, and it's not that difficult. Once you learn a little bit of the basics of the soldering, watch my video, the full in-depth tutorial. I go over all the tips and tricks I can think of along the way. It's a bit long, but at the end, you'll be able to build a lightsaber. And I build a little bit of a difficult lightsaber because it has a thin neck portion, so you have to wire it differently. But with the Anakin lightsaber that you'd like, it's just one chassis, no weird things about it, just all your stuff is in one place, and it's really nice and simple. So definitely go with that, and learn how to do it yourself, because then if anything ever goes wrong, you can fix it. It's really, really useful. And then you can show it off to all your friends and be like, look at what I made. They're all going to be super impressed. And then when you light up the lightsaber for the first time, it's quite an unreal feeling. Really cool. So go ahead and do that. If you need any help, just send me a message on my website, an email, or Instagram message, and then I can help you out through the process if you need. I try to help as much as I can. So back to Chad Davidson. Sorry about that. Yours was the cow custard that had the lights that shone through the bottom. Yeah. Yep. That's the one. Yep. I had to make a new 3D print to make it work. Yep, for the bottom. I remember that because it had to go over the speaker and I had to route the wires past the speaker into the 3D printed section. And I might have had to 3D print the others, but I don't think I did. Just that one section. Who knows? I can't remember. I have it on video, but I remember that. I really liked how it came out. I'm very proud of that one. It looked great. It worked great. It was really cool. Okay, so back to work, you guys. We have the speaker. Let's work on the speaker, you guys. Just a little bit. I think for this, I'm going to just set up the accent LED. So basically what I'm going to be doing is I have the speaker sitting in here like that. And then I have to set up the accent LED right above it where it's visible. So let's see. Something like that. So what I do is I take a pixel strip, one of these here. I get 3 of them. Probably from this guy here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'll do it from this one. I have to get rid of this pixel. This pixel is basically useless to me, so get rid of you. And then I'll start counting from here. 1, 2, 3. And then I chop that one. So now I have a 3-pixel strip, which I probably should have checked beforehand, but I need to make sure. Yeah, strip on speaker. These are my notes here. Strip on speaker is 3 pixels. You want to make sure you have both sides set up, and this is going to go right up top here. Just like that. But I want to diffuse it first. So let's wire it up, put it in some heat shrink, some clear heat shrink, and get that thing diffused. Let's push that thing up over a little bit. And then, where are my hands? Here they are. I was messing with them earlier. You know, I've seen some installers, they have a little platform with magnets, and those magnets have little hands and rubbery hands too. And then you can just move them however you want. They look super useful. I haven't bothered looking them up. Find them, but I feel like that would be a good upgrade to my setup here, because I've been using the same set of helping hands for like 9 years or whatever. Alright, so data in is over here. And then I actually, the signal, data in, so this is where all of my power and stuff will come from. Yeah. So this is going to be a little weird. I'm going to have to solder the pads on the top of the pads right here. Because I want this thing to sit flat, so I don't want wires to sit underneath the pixel strip. Having the wires underneath the pixel strip just adds a little bit more height that you just don't need. And then one of these is going to go that way, and then two of them are going to go that way. So I need 230 and 132. Here's my 32, here's my 30. So this is going to be a bit tricky. Unless I splice the wires a little bit later. So what I'm trying to do right now is set up this pixel situation on top of the speaker or behind the speaker. And I need them to attach to wires I currently have, so I can't attach freestanding wires. I can definitely do the data in and data out without any... No, the data out, I already have a wire. So, what's my plan here? Let me drink some water while I think about this. Oh, I need to set up the signal. That's going to be this one here. Over on this side. Should I just splice them? Would that be easier? Would be easier. I might just do that. I might just add wires on here and then splice them somewhere in the middle. Or in here. Positive and negative are both going to be right here. The data in goes from... Or data out. This is data in right here. Goes the data out here, so all that's going to be pretty good. I can splice that here as well. Just have 3 splices, just to make my life a little bit simpler. Yeah, why not? Let's do it that way. That way I don't have as much wire excess. This wire is going to go through here and end up splicing right around there. So let's just have something of this size. So 2 of them, one for positive, one for negative. Although honestly, the positive could probably wouldn't even need to splice it. I could just do something like that. Yeah, let's do that. A lot of excess wire, but that'll work. That'll work just fine. Let's get it attached here. This one's going to be the positive, and I believe the positive's right in the middle. Yeah, right in the middle. I'll save that for later. And the negative is where I'm going to need to splice things. Is that too long? Okay, and then data. Because this side would be data out. That side would be data in. And if I have it like this, data in needs to be facing that direction. Go all the way from here there. That should be fine. And like, oh yeah, that's too much wire, but too much wire is good. This is 32.
I've never been so
We
lonesome.
probably move this over here. A little bit further to that side. Yep. And a little flatter.
Completely
Perfect.
lost
Right there.
without you, Padme.
So I have the data line going on the
Realize
pixel strip over top it, right above the pixels, because I need it facing that direction, and that's where the data is coming from.
I just hope it won't be too much longer till I'm able to be with you again.
Now we can put the positive, which I'm going to route all the way to where the positive battery tab is. Not bad. That might actually be good. Hold on. Did I do that first try? Yes, I did. It's pretty good. Might flatten it a bit more though, just because. Yeah, just like that. That's even better. Okay. That is the positive, which I will label. Always label as you go, even if it's tedious. These are all black wires, so it's really annoying. One misstep with black wires and you've got everything all screwed up, crisscrossed and whatnot. Where is it? Sharpie's in somewhere. There it is. This is the positive. And then this would be data in, data out, data in. I should just label this data in. Data in. Yes, that's data in. Yeah, that's data in. Then data out would be that one. That would be data out. I'm gonna have to wire it, route it the other way. It's not too bad.
Will avenge us.
Let's just get this positive set up. There we go. That's good. Almost. A little flatter. This needs to be a little flatter. I don't like it. I want it to be a little bit flatter. Okay. That should do. Then I need data out. Yes, data out. Data out will go all the way across. So there to there. I'll just do something like that. Something like that.
Ended. The Clone War has.
Good. Okay. That should be just fine. Okay, so now we have data in on one side, going the opposite direction, data out on the other side, going the opposite direction, because this all goes from left to right from how we read it. Yep. Left to right, so positive, negative, data in, and then data out, this guy. Data out is labeled. Now we find some clear heat shrink. I think I saw some earlier. I don't know if it's the right size.
I will never yield to you, girl. You'll have to kill me.
A bunch of different ones in here.
That might be the Mandalorian way, but it's not my way.
This one, maybe?
Not anymore.
Pretty thick. Be it. Can it? And so far compared to the first stream, yep. Realistically, if I just went for another 4 hours or something, I'd probably get this whole thing done. Do I want to get it all done at once? I don't know. Small. Yeah, it's too small. I probably still have 1 or 2 streams left. Just to get things finalized. Maybe it's this size. Right size, or is that too big? I don't know. I don't really have a variety of sizes. They're all pretty much the same when it comes to the small ones. Yeah, well, I guess I have to do this one. Clear heat shrink. I'm going to use it as protection and diffusion. Gotta chop a little bit of the excess. Something like that. Be a little bit more. Like that. Maybe. Let's compare it. That. Possible. See what it would be here. As small as possible would be the best bet. Ever so slightly more. Yep, that'll do. Okay. So the next step is to sand the heck out of it. Yay. Basically gonna sand the heck out of this heat shrink so we can diffuse the light as much as possible. And we're just gonna be doing this for a little while. Let's turn off soldering iron because that's not going to be needed. How's everyone doing today? I have 5 people on TikTok, 4 people on YouTube. Hopefully you guys have a good weekend so far. Paper Dude, oh, welcome back. You were in one of the previous live streams, I can't remember which. Getting a lot closer to having it finished. Just taking it slow, taking it nice and slow so we can get every detail right. Spent a bunch of time at the beginning, about an hour, getting some magnets set up. Had to do a lot of drilling and opening up of some holes of the metal part. After that, we rerouted some of the wires into this chassis. Made sure they were all in there. I also redid one of the wires of the negatives to make sure it goes in the correct direction. Right now I'm working on the speaker accent pixel section. Speaker is going to be really easy. The accent pixel is the only really complicated bit left. And then the kill switch, which is going to be, I need a 22 gauge connected to the positive battery tab. I also need one of these 30 gauges, the positive battery tab, and then it has a positive to the board. Now the only question I have in my mind right now is which direction do I want the positive and negative from the battery to go in the chassis to connect to their 2 spots up there. I could have it be super direct and have the negative go right there and the positive go right there. Or I could have it go the long way. Really depends on how much space I think I have. People on TikTok, are you guys bots or are you real people? You guys just having this sit in the background while you do stuff? What, you wish you were bots? You're all real? Yeah, I know YouTube's all real. I don't know if TikTok's all real because I have both on. I have more questions about TikTok live stream watchers than I do YouTube ones, because I'm pretty confident the YouTube ones are real. Because I have 5 of you there, which is pretty good. And I don't blame you guys to just have this stuff sitting in the background. I'm a genius? No, not really. Just slowly learn stuff about lightsabers and then put them together. It's all built from like no base of knowledge, and you just slowly build it. You see something you like to do, see stuff you don't like about a build that you want to improve, and then you slowly build your skills. Thanks for liking my content. I'm trying my best to pop more of them out recently. The editing process is just so difficult for me. I'm not very good or fast at editing, it's not very fun. And I want to make them more entertaining, but I don't know how. So, I'd like to branch off into some different types of content. Easier ones where I can just record, talk about things or show you guys things, and then post it. But who knows? Crimson Flag, you're still here? Nice. Thanks for being here for so long. In about 2 hours, 23 minutes. Archer lost all of your creativity hours ago, and then your stream started. Creativity, energy, yeah. I get that. My energy for that stuff drains fast when I'm editing. What's my favorite thing about the lightsabers? My favorite thing about making lightsabers is just the process of making it. It's almost like a meditative thing. Yeah, I think we're getting close to having this thing nice and diffused. So yeah, I really like the process of building lightsabers. I like challenging myself, seeing what new features I can add, what new things I can do. Because it's all exciting. It's very cool when you get them done and you've accomplished these things and then you grow your skill set. But when it comes to just lightsabers, my favorite thing about them is I think they're cool. They're very cool. I always liked them since I was young and watched Star Wars. Always liked lightsabers. So now that I can get them as an adult, or when I was a teenager when I started, I really liked trying to get them as close to movie accurate as possible. Because that was super cool to me. Just having something so close to what was actually on screen, the real stuff. And then, I always thought it would be fascinating to have them work. And then when I discovered that you could have crystal chambers and stuff inside, wow, I definitely needed that because it was so cool. Because then all this really intricate stuff is hidden inside of this hilt. It's super cool just to think about. You do paper lightsabers, that's awesome. That's really cool. If you have any videos, send them to me. Send me like a link on Instagram or my email or something. I'd like to see them. That'd be really neat. Okay, this is diffused as much as I can get it. Let's go ahead and heat shrink this thing. Okay, I think that's good. Get you guys a good view of this. That off to the side. Nope. Okay. That should be fine. Okay, don't want to overdo it or you end up burning it and then it gets all brown and ugly. Just enough to make them shrink. Not bad at all. Okay, that's about as shrunken as they get. Let it cool off for a little bit. 10 people in TikTok. Wow, that's a lot. I don't normally have that many. And I'm not even doing anything interesting. Probably the fire. You guys are all pyromaniacs, probably. Okay, so this is the accent pixel strip I'm putting on the speaker here. That is all gonna fit in there, hopefully. I've done it before. Should be able to do it again. It's all gonna go in there. Should be good. Hopefully. Now I just have to figure out which part of it do I need. Easier to do this way? Yeah. Maybe I can mark it with a Sharpie or something. That'd be smart. Why not do some smart things? Basically, I just want to know where to glue in this thing. Probably a little lower than that. If I can put this right there, that should be good. So let's do it. Question is, E6000 or Loctite? Loctite's more instant, E6000 is a bit stronger. What do we think? What do we think? Something like this. Alright, let's do a little bit of Loctite just to test things out. Wow. Loctite is instantly stuck. Pretty crazy. See what it's like once we put everything inside. I'm not really putting it in for real yet. This is just a test. Make sure everything works. Is it this one? Yeah. Cool. Alright, looks to me to fit just fine. Probably even be a little bit higher, but yeah. Looks just fine to me, you guys. See? Yep, that'll be just fine. So let's take it out for now. Alright, come on. There we go. Probably add a little bit more diffusion here. That should be fine. And that's probably fine. It's water break. Okay. So we have pixels. Now we just need to attach the actual speaker wires. Let's double check some wire gauge things. Speaker. Normally I do 28 for speakers, but for something as small as this, 30 is probably going to be fine. We'll do 30. I don't really want to go any lower than that. I know it can do 32, but I want it to be 30. So it has to go all the way over here from over here. And then it has to go from here to there. Let's just do that. Strip the 30 gauge wire. Not too bad, we're getting there. Stuff under my desk is collapsing. It's cardboard boxes and stuff. Okay. I'm losing some viewers here, but not too bad. We're almost done. Slowly but surely. Gotta pre-solder the little ears here. Fine, that's absolutely fine. And then you want to put heat shrink on these. This is looking really neat. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. It's nice doing something different than just the weathered one. Makes me a little more excited to have it finished. So we need heat shrink for the little ear things. Is that large enough? Maybe. Or should I go a little bit bigger? A little thicker. Cover the whole thing, maybe? Yeah, go a little thicker. Cover the whole thing. Something like here. So here's a little trick that I showed off in my tutorial video. But when you're working on these, it won't go all the way in, so you have to give it a little bit of a taper. And by a little, I mean a lot. Give it a lot of taper. So cut it at an angle, so that when you put it on, hoping this is even enough, but when you put it on, it will cover a lot more. That's pretty good. Not bad. Might actually work. Let's cut off a little bit more at the bottom here. There we go. My goal here is to make it as close to the same size as the speaker, as the little speaker drum at the bottom. Make it as close as possible. Like that. Very good. Exactly where I want it. I'm going to use this alligator clip to hold it in place. Prevent it from sliding away. Something like that. I like to heat it up from the bottom first. Try a tiny bit of heat here.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Don't want to overdo it. Then that covers it. Not bad. Not bad at all. That'll go right in there. Yep. Good. Other side. A little bit of solder here. Good. Same size. Yep. You guys doing okay in chat? Not too boring? Probably a bit boring, but we're getting there. One bit at a time. one little bit at a time. Go. Looks good. And we have to cut this to the right size. Something like that. You having fun? Good. Good. We'll be having a lot more fun later once this is complete. I mean, I still have to do the button section, but the major beast here is going to be complete. So that'll go there. You need to cut it more. Even smaller. It looks pretty good to me. Need to make it a bit straighter. Okay. Awesome. That's gonna go there. Something like that. Perfect. Wonder what'll happen if I use the flame. This is for all you pyrotechnics over on TikTok. Only ever coming in when there's fire. Good. Flatten it out here. Probably good. Leave it there for a minute. A lot like watching model building for you. Just fun and relaxing. That's good. At the end of this, we're gonna have some cool lights and sounds, spinning things, etc. Okay, everything is still doing well. Hopefully all that fits in here, so let's give it a test. We'll need to go over here. Here we're just doing a test fit. Alright, come on. There we go. Come on, just wire. Not too bad. Looks like the heat shrink is still a bit large. It's crazy. Has to be super small. Let's go ahead and chop it even more. Right there. Wow. Luckily, these aren't very tight-fitting heat shrink, so I can just take them off, chop them, and then that's that. You know, sometimes what I even do is I use a little bit of glue to hold them in place too. Just a little tiny dab of glue to hold the lock or to hold the heat shrink in place. Sounds a little weird, but keeps it where it needs to be. Yep, there we go. Look at that. Even smaller.
Show me the one whose safety deemed such
Do the other one now. Yep, that'll do. Tiniest dab of Loctite. It'll hold it in place. Perfect. Now we have super small heat shrink on each speaker thingy. That'll for sure work. great. All of these just go in here. Like that. So many wires. Once again, this is just for the test fit. Just to make sure everything is where it needs to be. I do not know why this wire is trying to act weird. Go where you're supposed to go. Something like that. Just have to make sure. Why is it getting stuck? Maybe it's causing me problems here. I'm gonna check my current original. This speaker is a bit weird. It's sitting a bit taller than what I would want. That's strange. Is the speaker drum a little bigger than the previous ones I've used? Let's see.
Like a panther.
Let's try out this speaker. If I have to swap speakers, it's going to be a really, not super annoying, just mildly upsetting. Ugh, yeah. Alright guys, you see this? So this is a Smuggler's Outpost speaker. It's flush right there. This is a speaker I got from Saber Armory? No, Saber Bay, I think. And its drum is a little bit too big, so when it sits in here, it doesn't go all the way in. It'll stick up a bit. Let's have a look. You guys see that little height difference between speakers? Smuggler's Outpost, slightly smaller. This one, slightly larger. I do not want to have this one sticking out, so guess we're swapping speakers. Oh well. Shouldn't be too difficult to remove, hopefully. Just stick a knife in here. Just wiggle it a bit. Just like that. Okay, so I got the most difficult part off. I just have to redo the speaker things and then whatever else. A little annoying, but not too bad. It's not a horrible mistake or anything. Just have to spend a little extra time, swap them. And I am spending some time to clean up the glue off of the previous speaker we just used. Everywhere.
I'm Rey.
Okay, got it. Guess we'll put this away somewhere. Put it in here. Oh well. You know what? Can I? Chassis looks done. Almost. Almost. I just came across an issue with the speakers. The one I was originally using, the drum is too big. So I'm using a different speaker. This one's a Smuggler's Outpost speaker, where the drum is slightly smaller, because with the taller drum, this stuck out ever so slightly. Can't have that. So, swapping it over with one of these ones I just had lying around for a different project of mine, but okay. Swapping speakers. Once the speaker is done, it's just the battery tabs and a kill switch, and then everything goes to the soundboard, which can take a while, but we'll get there. I think today I'll stop once this whole thing works perfectly. Well, unless it like catastrophically fails, in which case I'm gonna have a very bad week. Let's just hope we did everything correctly. We've already tested all this stuff yesterday, so that all works. So we know it all works. It's just adding the speaker and the accent strip on the speaker. That's the only questionable part right now. We set up this accent pixel situation. Some glue residue on the back. I'm gonna sand it to make it a little bit nicer. It's gonna give it a nice flat surface. Not too bad. Sorry, I'm just doing some filing off camera here. Should be good. Now we just have to do that, probably. Right about there. Sure. Let's just say that that's where it sits. No, let's not just say it. Let's make sure. Yep. It'll sit right here. Perfectly above the words. So let's go ahead. Add a little bit of Loctite on there. Or would it be easier to do the speaker stuff first? It'll be easier to do the speaker stuff first. Let's get these wires attached. And just let that solidify for a second. Very good. Wonder if the same one's gonna work again. Maybe. Maybe not really. What is that? The bulge. Little bulge in the way. I think it'll be best if I cut a new one. That guy away. Don't need you. Good speaker. Bit of a shame. Let's do this. Now we have to set up all the heat shrink. Way too large. Yeah, not too bad. Perfect. That'll work great. Now we just have to cut off the bottom a lot. There we go. I did a little bit more even. Wow. Getting pretty close. Here we go. Pretty much. Pretty much. give it a try. Okay, that should do it. Hopefully. Let's give it a test. Yep, that'll do. Okay, on to the next one. Okay. Gotta cut more heat shrink. A little bit of a steeper angle. That'll be fine. And we cut it as low as we can. Looks pretty good to me. Just a little angled at the end. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now we just shrink it. And just gets drunk. If you see what I'm doing here, I'm just kind of tamping down on it with my pliers after I've done some heat application to it. Because then it sort of allows the heat shrink to stick. Oddly enough. I don't know if it's permanent, but it does work. Just shrinking the back end a little bit more. Would be good. Look at that. Pretty good. Oops. Soundboard just fell off. That'll do just fine. If you have a look here. Speaker now will sit flush with the chassis. Yep. That'll work perfectly. Okay. Now we just have to glue on this thing. Ah, welcome back. It's me, Gabe. Maybe I'll just call you Gabe so I don't have to read the whole thing. Welcome back, Gabe. I have a lot more done. Had a little hiccup with the speaker. Just because the speaker I was planning to use, for whatever reason, the drum is a few millimeters taller, so I swapped it with the Smuggler's Outpost one here. And the Smuggler's Outpost has a lower profile speaker drum. So now it sits flush with the rest of the chassis when it's in. Yep, the build is nearly finished. Just have to do the speaker and accent pixel setup on the speaker. Then the kill switch and battery tabs, which will be easy. And then it's attaching all the positives to the battery tab and then attaching everything to the soundboard, which all should be done today. That is the plan. We'll see if the plan works out this time or not. Okay. We have that set up. Let's make sure it all fits in here. I want to label one of these though. This should be the positive, yep. This should be the negative. You want it labeled. Let's label it. Negative. Hook that in there. Hook this one in there too. All of this is just to test. Okay. Okay, all that works. This one here. Perfect. That should work. Great. Look at that. Alright. Take a look. Speaker. Flush. LEDs. You can kind of see them in there. That white strip. Perfectly placed. Very, very good. Alright. Man, that's a lot of work.
You're a good soldier, Rex.
Kill switch next, I guess? Yeah, let's do the kill switch next. This will be for the negative. Yeah. What was your first lightsaber? My first lightsaber was a Roman Props Graflex with a Goth 3 Designs Knight chassis, using like a Tri-Cree LED, which I guess these days you'd call it a baselit 3 LEDs, and like a Petite Crouton soundboard, which didn't have smooth swing, had space for maybe 3, or maybe it was a Nano Biscotti. I think it was a Nano Biscotti, not a Petite. And then it had space for 3 sound fonts. It was... I still have it. It works just fine. What am I doing? Wires, yes. 22 gauge. Let's move on to the kill switch. Let's do it. Okay, this will be for later. This will be for later. That's for later. That's for later. The kill switch time. Exciting. Just gonna set it up with 2 positives. One is for sure gonna be here.
Without the council. And without you.
Just do something like that size. Be fine. And then you want to play games with this in the background? Yeah, I don't know how you do the picture-in-picture thing.
This isn't about you.
Maybe over here? Might be okay. Otherwise, want it to curve that way. Just do this. This is going to be attached to the middle.
Stay here any longer.
Alright, so let's have a look at this kill switch.
Not now.
We only need 2 out of the 3 legs. Let's just immediately get rid of one of them. One of the ones on the side. Boom. Comes a goner. Now we're left with 2, and I learned this while doing the MB Saber's lightsaber. It will save a lot of space if you just cut these in half. So now they're smaller. And then I can just wire them directionally. Am I able to fit a wire through there? Have it stick out. Or do I need it to do circle? I don't remember which way I should put these wires. Well, one of them's definitely over here, so we'll stick with the definitely first. That will go on this guy. When it's in, where's it gonna be? It'll be right there. Okay. Alright, I have my plan. Look it up. So I want this thing. Here. Turn on that soldering iron. So I will not be doing this test kit thing yet. Won't be doing any more test kits. The next test I'm doing is when this soundboard is fully installed. Okay, so you guys don't really see, but let me zoom out a little bit. So I'm going to attach this wire just sideways like that. And that saves a ton of space, and it's going in the direction that it needs to go. Will I be doing these streams often? No, probably not. Maybe for builds I've already done before. Like this Rey Saber that I've done multiple times. We'll see. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think the streams will be very popular. I don't know if many people are going to watch them. I have a lot of backlog on build videos. I might do streams every now and again just to show things off. Maybe I'll do a build or two if I don't feel like filming it for, like, build videos or whatever. Look at that. Perfect. No legs sticking up. Pretty cool. Have to figure out which direction I want the power to go. All of these are gonna go in here. Pick up like that. I'm gonna have 2 extra wires underneath. Can I even do that? That. I could. Oops. Hi from Mexico. You like this live? Hello. Zabdiel? Probably mispronounced that, but I feel like I got kind of close. Zabdiel? Well, hello. I've been to Mexico once. Last year, it was Puerto Vallarta for a friend's wedding. I was there for like a week. Pretty cool. Okay, so for this one, I decided... Wait, that's not the wire. Where's the wire? Where did I put my wire? I had one planned out. It's here somewhere. Not that one. Drop it. Nope. Didn't drop it. What the heck did I do with it? Oh, right. I put it in here for testing. That's what I did. Are you a pen piece too much money on lightsabers? What does that word mean? Is it... I guess spend like this. Let me look it up. Not having any luck looking it up. Yeah, I would probably say that means spend. How much do I spend on lightsabers? What's the most expensive? The most expensive is by far my MB Sabers Graflex lightsaber. That one probably costs a total of $3,000 to buy all the parts, including the vintage Graflex to put it in, and the vintage grips. How much do I spend on lightsabers? A lot. Luckily, most of the lightsabers that I build are paid for by customers, the people who want me to make it for them. Hey Bob, welcome. You can't really see my progress right now, but I'm working on the kill switch. Need to label them. Gotta label everything. But yeah, Paper Dude, I spend a lot of money on lightsabers. I'm not going to be spending any more on lightsabers if I can help it. Because I was thinking I might buy some lightsabers to build, just because I like to build them and then sell them. But the selling market on lightsabers is really bad right now, so I should just stick to doing commission work and just very rarely, occasionally do builds for myself. Just gonna be sticking it out with this live stream until I finish this ginormous chassis. Not doing the section where the button resides in the hilt, but yeah. Let's put this in. So this is the middle. It goes that direction. That way. This one. This way somewhere. Man. Guess I didn't think about this. If I solder them to the side, it's hard to put the actual thing in. It's ready. Where do you buy the pieces? It depends on the project, but a lot of the time it comes from the Saber Armory, because they offer pretty much everything you need, and they have a lot of chassis options. And then you can also get some of these master chassis from Guthrie Designs directly. There we go. Okay. I'm going to take out the speaker situation here. Do not need it. Just take out the speaker for now. And glue this in. I wonder if one can just build the chassis and keep them as art pieces. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. 100%. I don't know if it would be as fun, but you can definitely do that. You wouldn't really be able to put a blade in, though. Here you go. Here's a good look at what I'm doing right now. Pushing all the wires where they need to go. I'll need to glue this in. Honestly, let's just do some more Loctite. Let's do some Loctite directly on here. Probably. In too deep now. It'll be fine. What's going on here? Just there. Perfect. Right there. Okay. Gotta hold that in place for a few seconds. Like a minute. Wow. Most viewers I've ever had. We have 10 viewers on TikTok, 8 viewers on YouTube. Welcome, guys. We're getting closer. We're just gonna stick it out until we're done with it. Well, done with this whole thing. Not the button section up here, but that'll be tomorrow. It'll be quick. Say that, but I'll come into some kind of issue. But whatever issues we come across, we will just solve it. Okay, that should be enough. Yep, all good. Looks very pretty. Looks very nice. Okay. Awesome. See, I was thinking I probably should have done the negative first. Negative battery tab. But whatever. This is the order I chose. This is the grave I have dug for myself. Should be just fine. As long as I clean up some of the Loctite that's seeped in here. Should be just fine. Yep, it's gonna be just fine. But just in case, let's do this quickly. So with the battery tabs, I always chop off their little tails. Don't need tails. Ow. Okay. And then, just so we don't mess things up too badly, just a tiny dot right in the center. Just like that. Perfect. And then we're going to just go straight down the middle so that we don't come across any kind of issues trying to put this tab in place. Right down the middle, you guys. Right there. Work perfectly, hopefully. There we go. Market, it'll open up again in time, yeah. I'm sure. Once Star Wars starts making good stuff again, I am confident it'll go back up. But also the market is flooded with super cheap products that aren't necessarily the best, but they're flooding the market. Okay. Is that gonna fit? Let's see here. Pretty stuck in there. Making a little bit of progress. I wonder why it's sticking so badly. This is why I think I probably should have done the negative first. I don't know why I didn't. It's literally a single wire, but we are here now. Almost. I think it's getting stuck on the glue that I just set up. Yep. Hopefully you guys don't mind, but I'm going to turn on the air conditioning. It gets quite hot in here. But my air conditioning's like pretty nearby, so I'm worried it'll mess up the audio. But we're going to do it for a little bit. Am I going to do this tomorrow? Yes. Yes, I am. There we go. Perfect. Take a look at that. That's the inside where the speaker's going to be. You can see the kill switch. You can see right beneath the kill switch is the negative battery tab. Negative battery tab. It's going to be a matter of which direction I want that negative to go, but there we go. All right. We are making some great progress. I'm gonna put the speaker in now, I think. Hopefully. Let's just make count of our wires. Make sure everything is here. Can you add more sound to the lightsaber? Yeah, you can add, like, a lot of sounds. To a crystal focus lightsaber, it's almost no limit. It's massive. Whatever your limit is, it's on the SD card. It's pretty massive. I've heard of people have over 100 sound fonts just on a lightsaber, but I think that would be a nightmare. Because you're going to spend ages just scrolling through, trying to find the right sound font. I like keeping it as simple as possible, as few as possible. Okay. Data in, we'll need to go to the data out over here. Connect all of these. Here, maybe. Data in, ground. With button. Blade detection, you're a weird one. Positive. Positive. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? Oh, that's the bottom. Yeah, I don't touch the bottoms. Okay, all the bottoms are positive. See, all the positives are sticking out right here, just so I have them all in order for when I do my battery tab. And then, yeah. Keep track of a lot of this stuff. Positive. That goes to the soundboard. All this stuff needs to stay here. keep all of that there for now. Data in. Everything else. Wires will need to get spliced. Honestly, I think the best I can do right now is just colors. 30. I think a maximum of 30 different colors on CFX. Something like that. Or who knows, maybe there's no limit, but from what I remember, there's 30 color profiles. I don't know if there's a setting for just like a color wheel or something. Alright, here it goes. Best thing I can do right now is to put the speaker back in, glue it in place, splice all the wires together, because that's what I wanted to do. And then from there, we're going to set up the positive battery tab once all the positives are sticking out where they need to. And then after that, we should have only the wires that will get attached directly to the soundboard. Here we go. Here we are. Back from dinner. Why are CFX so expensive? I don't know. You'll have to ask them. I think it has something to do with all the stuff attached to it. There's just more on it, I guess. Everything's a bit more expensive. I think there might be more resistors and stuff on everything. Just the components that make it up is more expensive. And then my favorite thing about the Crystal Focus versus the Profi board, just physically, is the SD card. On a Profi, you just put it in and pull it out. With Crystal Focus, there's a little lock mechanism. So you push it in, it clicks, and it will not come out because it's locked in. Push it in, it'll click, and then push itself out. I just really like that. This is a CFX. Yeah, the 9-axis CFX boards never seem to be in stock at the Saber Armory, but they do have it at Saber Bay. I do not know why. I think he just bought a lot and he has them on stock. But there was a major issue with 9-axis CFX boards. They just stopped being made because the magnetic sensor just stopped being made, and then no one sold it, and then it wasn't very popular. But I like to think I had a hand in making them more popular again by making my TikToks about the force activation features. Because for whatever reason, they started getting way more popular after that. So I hope I helped a little bit. So I'm hoping that they manufacture more of them and they don't come into a shortage again, because it is my favorite feature. All right. Hydration. Important. So now that the speaker is in place, I need to glue it. Scary stuff. Best way to glue it would be probably a thin layer of Loctite on there, all along the rim.
You'll have to kill me.
One of the greater wonders of CFX is how much it has, and out of the box too, yeah. It's
But it's not my
set up a
way.
lot.
Not anymore.
Let's see here. Okay, let's flip this 180 degrees here. Get this side of the speaker. A little bit on each one. Well, not a little bit, I'm putting big chunks. Okay, let's hope that that is good. Just a little bit. Okay, sorry guys, I'm just gluing right now. Alright, just gotta hold it in place and hope it sticks. One of your gripes with starting out Profi is just the config, so much could go wrong, yeah, but luckily there's a lot of resources to help you with that. Bet263's website's great, and his tutorial section is really useful. Like how to update Profi. To me, it's not just how to update it, it's how to, like, literally make the config and make it work. There it is. Okay, I think that works just fine. Alright, so now we've glued in the speaker. Hopefully everything works just fine. We should have tested the speaker first, or not the speaker itself, but you know, the LEDs. But I'm pretty confident that they work. Doesn't mean that they work though. Data out. Okay.
Then I will avenge his death.
now we have everything just in here. The only things left to do is to splice all the wires together, attach everything, or all the positives to the positive battery tab, and then attach all the wires to the soundboard. It's looking pretty good so far. Okay, what I want to do is kind of ignore all these big things. That's a speaker. This is also a speaker wire. Yep. Just gonna have this be here. Just sort of plug it in. You're a dummy. Oh, welcome back. Here, I'll show you the progress in a little bit. I'm busy routing the wires. Maybe.
Commander Rex, you're in violation of Order 66. I accuse you of treason against the Republic.
What the heck?
You
Come on.
will be dealt with, and we will deploy the garrison.
Perfect. All right. Okay, so let's put all of the wires I want to splice over here. So data out, where data in is going to connect to. This is a negative. The negative is going to connect to the negative over here, so let's just put that down in here. Oh goodness, that's a lot of stuff going on here. Blade detection, you don't need to be in here. Blade detection, you just go away for now. Blade detection, just hang out over there. Data in will for sure need to go over here. What are you? You are. Ground, you can just hang out. You don't need to be out here right now. Your first lightsaber ever? Very cool. Exciting. Ground. Blade detection, you guys hang out right there. Data in, I will need you. Negative, I will also need you. Where are you? Positive. Positive can actually make a home for itself all the way over here. Well, after I move some things that are getting in the way. You are negative. Hang out over there. Negative, hang out here, along with not positive. Positive doesn't want to be here. There we go. Okay. Let's take that off.
Yeah, probably.
Let's do that. Nine people on both TikTok and YouTube. Very cool. Okay, so positive found its place right there. Very good. This positive can also just hang out over here. Good, right there. Perfect. So the negative, okay, ground, play detect, and data in. Data in and negative. Where'd it go? Data in and negative need to come with me. This negative just hangs out that way. That's a speaker. And that one's also a speaker, so I'm going to tie them together with a tape. Do something like that. Negative. That should be positive, that should be positive. Yep. The trick with this build is trying to get all the wires fit right in here underneath these little shelves, or else this isn't going to sit properly. Luckily, again, I'm using 32 gauge instead of 30 gauge, and that makes a huge difference. Also, proper routing of your wires makes a big difference too. So let's get to splicing here. Don't need you right now. What we do need is data out and the negative. Those are my two spliced wires. Your first and only lightsaber went kaput? Yeah, that sucks. Motivation to build one, absolutely. Too complicated, and then you remember that I'm using all black wires. Ugh, yeah. Don't do all black wires unless you really want to. And go very, very slowly with all these labels. Because I'm using black wires so you don't see them, because you would be able to see them occasionally in here. But since I'm using all black wires, you really don't notice, like, at all. Same with within this section. All black. Just the way to go. Way more work, but it's worth it. Okay, stop being distracted. Negative. Negative. These need to be spliced together. Where do I want it? Here. This is where I want it. Oh. And this is a negative. Want it right around here. Chop. Little extra wire doesn't kill anybody, so let's just do it like that for now. Don't want to have it be too short and too perfect, because who knows, I might need the extra space. Heat shrink. Super tiny heat shrink, which I just lost. No way you're using all black. Hey, you'll get there. You'll get to a point where you have a build where you just want it to look super nice. So you'll get there. Or maybe you won't. I actually don't know how many people get there. Or want to get there. Yeah, there's a lot of fears with making lightsabers. How you test along the way, then your fears can kind of be abated. That should be fine. We'll do that. We're at 4 hours. Not bad, not bad. 4-hour live stream. Probably getting to 5 today. Hopefully not 6 like the previous day. Here, you know what? Just for you guys, we're gonna zoom in a bit closer. Good. Very good. Extra wire does not hurt anybody. Might be too much extra wire, but would be fine. No, I just can't live with myself. I'm making it a little tighter. Cut it a bit more. Building's cheaper, mentally draining because you worry a lot. Yeah. Similar to your first PC build. Yeah. You do worry a lot during that. PC builds are typically more expensive, though. Wait, this is a 30 gauge. So, worry a bit more on that one. Plus, they have super delicate parts. Don't want any kind of electricity going through. I found you can be a lot more lenient or whatever with lightsabers. They're not quite as fragile. Also not nearly as expensive to replace. Okay. Let's That's pretty not good. Ugly. We do not want ugly in here. That's fine. That is our negative. And just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yep, that should be fine. Then we tuck it away and forget it even exists. Just tuck it away. Does not exist. Boom, that's one wire taken care of. Look at that. Finished. Cool. Fun. Next is the data out. Oh, thanks, VR Dummy. $2, that's awesome. Thank you very much. You know, with that, you can buy some extra switches and stuff. That's always very useful. I used to break these switches all the time. Here, let me show you. These ones here. They're so fragile. So easy to get glue in there and accidentally stick it. It's also easy to get them snagged, and then this whole aluminum section or whatever gets ripped off, and then they just come apart. I guess it's not super easy to do that, but it's happened to me quite a lot. Especially on the Desert Wanderer hilt. Obi-Wan. I think I want right here. Yes, in case I break them. You will have saved my life there. Because it is a pain having to wait for these things to ship sometimes. 32. This is data out. Keep that in mind, everybody. Data out. Go. This is data out for this strip, which means it goes into data in for all the other accent stuff. Gotta be super careful not to accidentally pull it out. That'd be bad. Just come on. Strip it, please. What am I connecting it to? I'm connecting it to data in. That's what's happening here. Okay, so let's cut this here. Data in, everybody. This is what's going to tell all of our pixels what to do, all of our accent pixels. And it's going to go in a line from the board through here, all the way up, traveling up the chassis. So, there we go. That should be perfect. Need to chop this a little bit. One month for it to get from England to Brazil. Jeez. I assume you're talking about the parts. Ah, yeah, customs. Custom is horrible. Hello from Indiana. Saber trade. Oh, hey, how's it going? Your blades are awesome. Really good work. Thanks for tuning into the live. I'm just building this Rey Master Chassis here. I think it's the 5th one I've done, but this is the first one where it's all clean here, not weathered. So that makes it a bit exciting. Just taking it super slow, making sure to get all the details right. Just gotta hands are shaking. Definitely need to eat food soon. But we're not stopping. Not stopping until we have it done today. Hey, that was good. A good one. Perfect. Okay. We have that guy there now. Do a bit of heat shrinking. You miss installing clean work is satisfying and fulfilling? Absolutely. Yeah. I don't like being rushed on installing, though. I like taking my time. Because you want to make sure everything is perfect. Everything works great, and then you're happy with your own work. Customers ultimately happy with it. At least for me, I can't do good work quickly. I probably could do it if it was simpler than this. This one's a bit more complicated with all my black wires here and all the extra accent pixels I've shoved everywhere. Accent pixel ring, and accent strip, all the way going up here, connecting to the crystal pixel, and then the accent strip I put at the back of the speaker. VR dummy, you moved over to TikTok? Cool, alright. Although this build here is going exceptionally slowly, even compared to my other Rey Master Chassis builds. I think it might be because I'm live streaming. I think live streaming makes me even slower than just recording my builds, the build videos and stuff. But I'm super excited to have this done, to have a super clean chassis, unweathered, see how it looks. So now we have the positive by the positive tab. The negative is connected, so the negative are all connected. The data out from this strip is going to the data in of this strip. This is the ground for the button. This is the blade detection wire. All these are positive. These are speakers. Positive, negative, button, motor negative, data 1. Okay, so we're getting really close to putting this all on the soundboard. Super close. VR dummy, you're everywhere, that's funny. Woo Katie, oh, you're back. Welcome back. How's the saber doing? Really well, I think. I haven't tested the accent strip on here though. Probably should have, but I wanted to just keep moving. We'll see if I regret that later. But all this works for sure. There's nothing I could have done to mess it up since the last time I tested it. So now, let's flip it over. Get all these positives attached to the positive battery tab. Now this part is pretty tricky. I cannot remember how I did it in the past. I might have made a mistake here. I shouldn't have spliced my wires in quite yet. But that's okay. Because what I want to do is I want all my positive wires to be cut to a certain length. I might be okay. I'll just pull them back out this direction. Cut them here because it's a bit closer, because over here it's really far away. Because I want them as short as possible. I don't want them to take up much space in this tiny little area. That's what I'll do. Yep. We'll do that. That is the plan. Now we move all the wires from here back up here. Let's zoom out a bit. Very slow going, you guys. Push all of these away for now. Hide them away, we don't need them. Let's take this guy out. Maybe. How do I determine where I should cut it? I don't know. Maybe I'll just eyeball it. this one out first. Yep. I want this to sit like that. So probably right around here, maybe. Let's just do it. Good. You're a dummy. Sorry, but you must go again. You'll hop onto the next stream. No worries. Thanks for being around here anyways. Always nice to have people around to chat with. And today, I guess because it's Saturday, there's more people tuning in. I'll see you tomorrow, because I'll be back tomorrow and we'll be working on the button section. Or we'll be crying on stream because none of this works and all of my work has been for nothing. But let's hope for the best. Let's see. How does that sit? Crying on stream is such a mood. A bad mood. Very, very bad mood. Something like that. That's where I want it. How does it look? No idea. Where the heck is it? Where'd it go? Ah, there it is. Curve it more. Click, no boot up, sob. Yeah. Be a big sigh of pain. I don't want these guys to go anywhere. Much better. Okay. So we have this here. It'll be sitting like that. Something like that. Where is it? There. Good. That's a good length. I like it. We'll leave it. That's fine. If that happens, can you even fix anything? Depending on what dies. I'm hoping if anything were to die, the soundboard dies. Even though that's the most expensive part, that's the easiest to replace, because I can just take it out and put another one in. Obviously, I'd need to figure out why the heck it died in the first place, but yeah, should be fine. All of this is good. Have not tested that, but that's easy enough to fix. As long as I don't cross any wires, I'm good. But everything's been labeled, everything has been checked. Should be fine. Then the only other issue I could think of would be maybe one of the wires popped off, but that's been working this entire time. The only thing that might pop off would be the wires attached to the crystal ring here, the pixel ring. Not the crystal ring, the pixel ring. But I used some E6000, let it sit overnight in order to add a little bit of strength to it. Because I've had them just pop off over and over. I like that extra security. What are these guys? Do I want to deal with them? Yeah, they're too dangly for me. I have way too many extra wires for this build. I was way too careful. Well, you know what? They say you can never be too careful, so I'll stick to that. I was too careful. Well, no, not too careful. I was careful enough. Plenty of careful. Apologies for the lack of vision, guys. Just working on trying to get all my wires out. Getting wrapped up right now, so maybe I'll do one of the tiny ones. Tiny wire, what are you doing? For now, I'm going to take this one out so it's not in my way. Good. I guess for this one, I'll just cut it short. Breathing in the solder fumes. The whole stream, you'd just be back of your head breathing in solder fumes. Yeah. I worry about these fumes sometimes. I looked up whether they can cause cancer, but I found that only the lead-based ones could cause cancer. Well, I did just a quick search, so I don't know how accurate it is, but the fumes from this is not from lead. This is from the flux inside. And I think I must have looked up whether flux fumes can cause cancer, and probably not, but I bet it can cause other issues. You should never want to breathe in anything. What am I doing? 30.
Show me the one whose safety deems such destruction.
This might still be too much. Much space. Put it further. Moke followed the host. Oh, thank you. Does that show up on the live stream?
This is the way.
I'm pretty sure there was a section on my TikTok Live Studio app thing that's supposed to show when people follow and other things. There we go. Really tiny now. No, I'm not gonna stick it back in there. Not yet. Nope. That guy's really short. We're good though. And then the annoying part is putting all of these positive wires on the battery tab. It's a big clump. And that big clump needs to be perfectly in line with the thin little hole in here. Or else it's not going to fit. So the clump is going to end up looking like a mohawk or something. Not a big fan of the filling. You just take the yellow stuff out. Canister? What are you talking about? Flux is bad for you? Oh, I see. Eating flux, etc. Okay. I will not be part of that conversation. That sounds like a lawsuit. Looks like I have 2 more positive wires to cut and strip. And then I will stick them all back in here and then attach them together. For anyone who's wondering, this music is closed on Sunday, Star Wars Lo-Fi. It's his live stream playlist that I found on Spotify, or you can watch his live stream on YouTube. Long time ago, I asked him if it was okay for me to use his music in my videos. He said, yeah, go for it. The more people that use my music, the better, because it gets it spread, I guess. So ever since then, I've been using his music for my videos just to make my life easier, because that's literally the hardest thing about making videos, is figuring out what music works. So I just go the lazy route and use the same music all the time. That's probably why I don't get many views, but that's fine. One of these days I'll up my production quality. Positive, positive, positive. I should have counted how many positives I needed so that I didn't lose one. This looks like a big positive. That's probably for the blade. This looks like a tiny positive. That's going to be for an accent strip, probably the ring. That one's also a tiny positive. What the heck is that for? I don't know, but it says positive, so I'm going to trust myself. I trust I've labeled these correctly, and they all are here for a purpose. Go. Whoa. Ah. This one is the positive for this pixel strip. Good to know. This is the positive for the kill switch. Positive for the blade. Positive for the accent pixel thing here. Ah, one's for the pixel ring, and then the other is for the pixel strip and the crystal chamber. I know, I did this. This is all mine. Should know all this. This one's gonna be weird. But it's not gonna be too bad because this is all gonna be tucked away anyways. You were worried about using their lo-fi on your thing making the chassis model. Yeah, I would still just email him just out of courtesy and stuff, and for legal reasons probably. Just go ahead and ask him if it's okay if you use his music in your videos. He has a lot more than what I use, but I just use my favorite ones. Maybe I should put it a bit more. Wow, 4.5 hours stream. Okay, that's all the positives. Let me just double check all these wires, make sure none of them say positive. Negative, ground, the button. Blade detection, speaker. These are the negatives for the blade. That's the button. This is, what are you? Data 1. God, I'm scared about data 1. Motor negative. Could be good. Let's tuck these away again. Oh man, this is hard. There, I'll just shove them backwards. Flip them up. Sorry, you guys are not seeing this. I have it close to my face so I can more accurately see. Wires are still longer than I'd like, but what can you do? This one's way long. I don't want it that long. What do I do about that? Whatever, it's all gonna be fine. I'm just gonna tuck away the excess wire in here and it'll be hidden, and there's plenty of space because I did my very, very best to save as much space as possible in this area. Like you guys full well know if you have seen it. I'll be wasting probably hours of my time just wire managing. Not wasting, just spending. It's 2 positive wires. It's 3 positive wires. We're doing well. Doing well. Look at that. 3 positive wires already. Wait, what are you? Why do you say plus? Oh, sorry. I freaked out for a second because I thought this wasn't a wire I forgot. No. I need to take a break from all this. But this goes straight to the board. So does this. These two go straight to the board. All the stuff I want attached to the positive battery tab. I've already dealt with them. Okay, just shoving them over here. Then one more. This is pretty exciting. We're getting kind of close. That. Very nice. Okay, water break. We are getting there. Alright, let's just try this out and see what happens. Where's my battery positive tab? Battery positive tab. Positive battery tab. Jeez, my brain is dying. Don't use this. We'll use this one. I've been using this to cut things anyways. Nope. There we go.
This resistance.
Bad. Just gonna file it down a little bit to make it nice and smooth. Okay, that works. I like that. Pile of trash over here. Oh no, you guys can see it. Put it out of view. There. I don't have any trash here. You guys don't see a thing. Okay. Battery positive tab. I did it again. Positive battery tab. There we go. Sheesh. Okay, so let's see. Right in the center is where I need all the solder in a nice straight line. Not want it to glob anywhere. That is globbing. Don't want that. Don't do that. Exactly what I didn't want. Ooh. Whatever. It'll be fine. make it flat. I don't know if that helped. Oh well. Or something is gonna happen. Cool off. Too hot. Okay. We're in a good position here. Move some of these wires out of the way. All ones first, maybe? This is gonna be a lot of just trial and error. Alright, we got one down. Few more to go. Aha, that's another one. Two down, I think 3 more to go. Oh man, you guys can't even see it. Okay, that's 3 of them. Just hiding away in here. What are you doing? Get out. If I just do this, are you gonna stay out more if I do that? Yes. Nice, okay. Have to push it on. That's the hard part. There. One more. Really ugly, massive wire here. If this is the ugliest part of my build, I'm doing pretty well. Pretty happy with it. What are you doing? Ow, just stabbing myself. Great. here. Something like that. Well, it's attached. I don't know how securely. Not securely at all. Alright, good. Good to know. Just... We can just... make it bend a little bit. Help me. Why are you guys just talking about eating trash? You guys have been on my live too long. Starting to get too hungry. Come on, melt it. Feel good. Good. No! No, things are falling apart. Oh. Okay, one of these. No, two of these. Yeah, a lot just fell apart. Great. Yep, that's the hard part of this thing.
I'm dying for my brothers. I'm dying for the Republic. I'm dying for my brothers. I'm dying for the Republic. I'm dying for my brothers.
Why is this one so ugly? Is that even gonna work fine? Well, that wire just snapped right off. Fix that. Okay, let's fix that first. Before anything. This wire is hideous and just snapped off. And is it this one? Interesting. Yep. I think this whole thing is about to just fall off. Or not. Might be okay. Do I still need to attach? You? The only one? Maybe. Might be the only one left. What if one day I just fall asleep on the counter and somehow sleep builds a lightsaber? Who knows? Maybe it'll happen one day. I just hope I'm recording when it does. But then no one's gonna believe me. It's ugly. All sorts of ugly. Do a risky thing and try and fix the ugliness. Probably not worth it, but I want everything to be nice and secure. Cost one for sure. Not too bad. Not horrible. Bob, yes, let's see. Thanks for the live, great as always. Have to meet up with a buddy of mine. About 10 minutes. Well, check in on this live stream once it's posted, because I will go until the soundboard is all installed, and whether or not it works, we're going to try it. Hardest part right now is just getting all these positives. Once that's done, it's just adding the wires to the soundboard, and we're good. That's a wire that's doing weird things in there. Guess I should have had this wire be a little bit longer so it's easier for me to do this. That's okay, I'll just work with it. I can just have everything stay put right there. I think we have a winner.
Good soldiers follow orders. Good soldiers follow orders. Good soldiers follow orders.
Probably not gonna work, but I'll try it.
You're a good soldier, Rex.
Not working. Why? Just... I'm gonna wait for everything to cool off. Push this in. A couple of these wires are not in as securely as I want them to be. Not secure at all. And once again, everything falls apart. Definitely a really difficult section. What I might do is I might try to make all the wires short to begin with, preemptively pushing them in.
have to sort this out on my own. Without the council.
Maybe do the short ones first. Mess. This is tricky.
This isn't about you.
Okay, we're doing the short ones first.
I can't stay here.
Yep, short ones first. Sure.
Not now.
Yep, there they all go. Maybe I'll try attaching all the wires together first and then putting that big glob onto the tab. 1, 2, 3, 1, 5. I believe that's what I need. Okay, we're just gonna attach all the wires together first. Okay, 2 wires are together. Okay. That is 3, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where'd I get a 4th one? Whatever. Not gonna question it. I think this is the way to go. Attach the wires together first, and then take that glob. Just smack it onto the positive. This is the way. Perfect. Going from this angle. And kinda worked, kinda didn't. Alright, this is so boring, guys. We're getting there, though. Just a little further. Okay. Now for this one, blob is too big. I have to flatten out again. Now we'll just wait for this to cool off. Where's my little cover thing? There it is. I need to somehow keep all of these 4 wires together. While I attach it this. Perfect. Okay. Let it cool off. Okay. Have to have it. And it's still warm. Yeah. Cool off. Temperature to not be crazy. Okay. Now, just patient, melted, touch it. Is it all crooked? I want it crooked. Not going smoothly. That could probably work, but it's kind of loose. I want them all to be encompassed by the solder more. But doing this is probably going to make them all detach from each other. Want it to be clean. Maybe for the future I need to work on ways of reducing my positives here. Yeah, this is gonna ruin everything, I know it. Feel it. Follow my progress. Battery tab. Pie Sabers. Hey Avery, what are we building today? We are building a Rey Master Chassis. 5th one that I've ever done. Apparently the hardest one for whatever reason. Besides maybe the first time I ever did this. That was hard. Building this for someone who asked. Corband Hilt? No, this is the KR Sabers, or the one at the Saber Armory. Collaboration of effort. Create that hilt. This is the Rey Scavenger with working emitter pedal opening mechanism thing. Master chassis for that one. That's a good one. No. Accidentally soldered the alligator clip to it. Well, it's connected and pretty darn ugly. How have I done this in the past? I don't even know. I don't remember ever having this much trouble. I know there's some trouble. That's annoying. Man, I soldered the alligator clip to it again. The new alligator clip. Alright. Alright, I'm just gonna try that and see if it works. Weird glob. I feel like I'm just making
You're
things
breaking my
worse.
heart.
Make things worse. Battery tab is just a mess. It's just too big of a glob. Fit in that tiny area. I can do it. Guess this is where I'm spending most of my time today. A darn positive battery tab. Who would have thought?
It seems in your anger you killed her.
Hope that's fine. We'll give it a try. Goes off. Giant glob. Probably too big. You're gonna take your leave now, Gabe? Sounds good. Thank you so much for sticking around and for watching the live stream. Just hoping that I can
I've never been
be done with this positive, which
so
does not
lonesome
seem to be the case right now,
in my life.
because it is too fat. It's too wide.
I'm completely
What a shame.
you, Padme.
It's really,
Realize
thing is a pain.
I could even miss any one person so much. I just hope it won't be too much longer till I'm able to be with you again.
I wonder if your feelings on this matter are clear,
Yeah.
Lord Vader.
Taking it off, I guess. Great. Yeah, this is gonna be a very difficult.
I see the Padawan needs one last lesson.
They have to be very vertical, very straight. Battery tab has to be as clean as possible, which I'm doing a terrible job at. Okay. I should make use more of that. Four a.m. for you. David, where on earth are you? 4 a.m. Sweden. Wow. No one said anything about having to use those arms. What I could do instead is just hold it manually, you know? Although, add a little bit of solder on for now. Going at an angle. If that helps. Oh. Okay, that might be it. Maybe. Let it cool off, and then I'll try shoving it in where it needs to be and see if it fits. How it looks right now.
I will never yield
It
to
doesn't
you.
look too wide, so it should be good.
You'll have to kill me.
That might be the Mandalorian way, but it's not my way. Not anymore.
That is it flat enough. I would say probably. Let me get one of my... Where are you? These things. Try and hold it in place. Does that work? Yeah. Alright, so I'm just going to call it that. I'm going to say that that's good. I'm going to leave it like that for now. And I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Time to route all the wires for the final time before we attach the soundboard and stuff to it. Still a little bit of cleanup just to make things a little neater here. You make your own chassis parts. How do you line up buttons? I designed my own OWK4 core band chassis and finally got it right after 5 tries. But not enough. Use calipers. Calipers help a lot. And then for me, I'm not that great at designing these things, so it takes me a lot of iterations. So basically it's just I design a part, print it, try it, doesn't work, make adjustments, and keep doing that over and over. It's best if you can to design them in small parts and try them in small parts, because you don't want to 3D print big things all the time just for a small little section where you're making changes. Saves time, saves printing stuff. But yeah, it still takes me a very long time. I'm hoping to get better soon. I'm going to be actively working on improving my design capabilities. Hopefully that comes with fewer test prints, failed test prints, we'll see. So now, let's have a look. We have the 2 positive wires, which I want to use as wires that'll keep these other wires in check. Okay, something like that. And
Commander Rex, you're in violation of Order 66.
that.
I accuse you of treason against the Republic. You will be dealt with, and we will deploy the garrison.
Okay, something like that.
Garrison bonus activate.
All these guys get pushed back here. Something like that. I'd like to put it underneath the large one. I could. Like thinner one go underneath thicker one. Maybe paint it like that. There is a lot of tiny little wire management stuff. Always needs to be done here. There we go. That will sit there. You just look at what Solo Sabers does. He inspires you to be better. You learn a lot from him. Yeah, he does a lot of lightsaber installs. He's been improving his chassis designing. It's super cool. Yeah, and he just bangs out these builds and stuff. I don't know how he does it so quickly. I can only focus on really one at a time and then take my time. The simpler lightsaber installs are nicer, but more complicated ones definitely take that extra time.
You would be wise to surrender.
Yeah, probably.
ground. Which one do I want to do first? This one should be blade detection. Data in. I think I'll do everything on this side first. So that's the button. Yeah, let's do the button. Why not? Data 1. Button, data 1. Motor negative. Let's do that. We're working on the soundboard now. I'm gonna face this direction. Button is gonna be here. Be on the activation. It's right there. That. There's a lot of excess wire there. Probably cut down a bit of it. Angle though. There. Right, good enough. First wire has been soldered to the soundboard. Pretty exciting. Look at that. Very nice. First one down. And I'm also gonna do data 2 because it's literally the worst, what do you call it? The worst pad you could possibly solder. It's horrifying. so ridiculously tiny. Although this 32mm wire might be much nicer to solder to. Do I have an Ezra Blaster Saber? I do not, but it is pretty cool. I might need to get one in the future. If I can. That's too. That is too much. Need to cut off more. Have I ever bought from Neo Sabers? No, I have not. But as far as I'm aware, they're one of the resellers of LGT or TXQ, which is, you know, pretty much what all these guys do. I have no opinion on them. No idea if they're good or if they're bad. I've heard they're bad, but you never know. On earth am I going to solder that tiny thing? The LS2 pad is the tiniest pad ever. If you see it, it's right on the corner. Right, zoom in for you guys. That one there, right on the corner of the processor or whatever that is. That guy. That guy's the worst. I hate it. It's awful. Smallest thing ever. It's so difficult. It's easier to solder to the other side than it is to solder to this side. Man. I think that's still there. Automatic wire strippers, I have seen them. I don't know if, you know if any go really small? I don't know if they go really, really small. Like 32 and 34 gauge. How do I do this? I don't know how to solder that one. There we go, I think I got it. Everything is okay. Hopefully it went all the way through. Sometimes the solder doesn't seep all the way down. We got it. Okay. Good. Close look at that. You see that? That there. That guy right there. It is so difficult to solder it from this side because it's so close to both this thingy and all of the little legs here. It is incredibly tiny. It's way easier to solder to the other side. But this is the orientation I have to do. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, we'll just leave it. Hopefully it doesn't break off. Just have to be very careful. Let's get these other ones in here. Motor negative. Let's do it. So far we have 2 wires attached. This one put it pretty close. That's probably good. It just disappeared on me. Where'd it go? Yep, there. Yep. Okay. This is gonna be for the motor negative. And this is going to be for data 1, so the blade. Where'd it go? There it is.
Sir, the possibility of successfully navigating an asteroid field is approximately 3,720 to 1.
Never tell me the odds.
Okay. We have the blade data, we have data 2, so all the accent pixels, we have the motor negative, we have the button. Now we just need just that is let's have a look. I think I'll have to move this. I had one of the wires on. Weird. And I think this wire is a bit too short. Just a little bit short. I don't like how it sits there. We'll see, I'll change it later if I have to. I'm making a lot of difficult decisions today. Good. There we go. Patch. I need to cut these 3 negative wires. Just like that. Here. Not stripping well. Right. Like that. Yep. Maybe even cut a little bit more. Alright. We're doing this. Okay, that's one of the negatives down. 2 negatives left. And as everything is packed away where it should.
Show me the one whose safety deems such destruction. This is the way.
Something like that. It should be fine. Strip it, solder it, move on to the next one. Oh, now let's solder it. Okay. There we go. We're gonna have one more. And okay. Now we solder this one. Not bad. Okay, so now, nope. That whole side is basically done. All except for the positive and negative. And then we do speaker, blade detect, button negative. Surprisingly, very few amount of wires. by doing that.
Like a panther.
This all in there. That looks good to me. Gripping the positive. You need to go straight up. Good. Very good. Okay. Positive in place here. That'll be good. What do you think of a stunt saber with carbon fiber blade, but also electronic response? Can it be done? Well, it can be done. Yeah, it can be done. I don't see why it couldn't. You just wouldn't have a NeoPixel connector. You just have an open area at the top, and then just have a speaker and buttons and whatnot.
I'm Rey.
You'll just have to make sure that the electronics and stuff are pretty sturdy in there, which shouldn't be too difficult. Because it's going to be bashed around and stuff, so. Okay, just push that down. Back a little bit. And have wire that way. I think I'm going to cut this. Ah, something's in my throat. Yep, I'm just going to cut that because I made it ever so slightly too short. I'll just extend it later. Just want to make sure Nothing here gets in the way. Just like that. This is negative. Okay, and then this is gonna be like this. Tricky, but it'll still work. Just have to cut this. Probably could have given it a bit more room.
This resistance.
But that's fine. Yep. You guys heard that sound? That's my cat's automatic feeder. That would be good, right? What the heck? Both getting tangled in there. Positive and negative are wired up. Getting weird around here. That's why. There we go. That's what I want. Perfect. Okay, guys. Sorry I've been so silent and whatever else. But if we have a look here, I have this entire section complete. I have all the wires here. I did cut one wire in order to make it a little longer later, but I'll do that in a bit. Now it's just time for the other side, which has significantly fewer wires. The only complicated thing about it is going to be blade detection. I'm going to just pull that up on my computer here so I can get it wiring diagram figured out. Okay. So the two speakers go right at the top here. I wonder if I'll do those last. No, I'll do them first. I'll do them last. ground is next. I do not have my wiring diagram with me, but I'm pretty sure that's ground. Yeah, I'm very confident that that one's the ground. Yep. Yep, that'll be just fine. Why am I having so much trouble stripping these wires these days? Don't get it. Yep. That one is good. Very good. Okay. Blade detection. Now, blade detection is a weird one. Wow, these are a lot of excess wire. Because I need a 10,000 ohm resistor, which I think I literally have one. At least of the small size that I want. This one. I'm gonna just test it to make sure. I rarely ever use this thing. I don't even remember how to use it. Read my instruction book here. See if I can figure out how this works. Maybe. How on earth do I use this thing? Connect the red test lead to the middle. Connect the black one to the common. Yep. Set the manual range. Where? Don't know what that means. Got a number on my reading thingy.
I'm dying for my brothers. I'm dying for the Republic. I'm dying for my brothers. I'm dying for the Republic. I'm dying for my brothers. I'm dying for the Republic. I'm dying for my brothers. I'm dying for the Republic. I'm dying for
How does this work?
brothers. I'm dying for the Republic. I'm dying for my brothers. I'm dying for the Republic.
What is this thing?
For my brothers. I'm dying for the Republic. I'm dying
I literally have no idea what this resistor is. This 0.46, but I don't know what 0.46 means. Weird. Let's see, what kind of resistors do I have here that can work? 1 ohm resistor? No. 10,000 ohm resistor? Well, that's the one that I want. A bit larger than I want. What the heck is this? Why do I have such a tiny resistor if it doesn't do anything? Oh, aha. Okay. I found it. Got a lot done while you're putting your puppies up for the night? Looks like you're almost done. Yeah, pretty much. I just have the speaker wires, and I have my blade detection, which is what I've been fiddling with right now. I'm trying to find the resistor. Because this is a 10,000 ohm resistor, which I need, but it's large compared to this one that I just found, which is a super tiny one. I like the super tiny one for this build because it uses up significantly less space. I do need to buy more. Maybe I should put it on my Amazon cart or something. Right, let's look it up. 10,000 ohm. Is it half watt? 1/8 watt. Okay. 10,000 ohm, 1/8 watt resistor. Do I need that many? That's a lot. I don't need that. I haven't brought out my little voltage meter thingy to try and figure out what this tiny resistor was. Okay, it's off. Cables. Hopefully I won't be going for too much longer. Whether this thing works or doesn't work, it's ending after it's done. Go. What's this NT? Trying to put this resistor in my cart. %. 10,000 ohm, 1/8 watt. One-fourth watt, 1/8 watt, 1% resistor. Hit. Weird. Where do I find a good one? I don't know. I'll have to find that. Yeah, it's very tiny. This thing is literally just here for detecting a change. Super tiny. Alright, so let's see here. And I really just want to find this on Amazon though. Google Lens. What's Google Lens? Google Lens. See? Like that. Look what you see.
You're a good soldier, Rex.
Cool. Try lens. Right. Ooh, okay. Go to settings. Yeah, I have an iPhone. Okay, let's see. Do I take a picture of it, or? Only ohm. 10,000 ohm, half watt. I think I'll have to look further. Alright, I'll just find it. I'll find it later. Just put it on my to-do list. Okay, just cutting it to basically where it has no legs. Home stretch.
I have to sort this out on my own.
Better be home stretch. It's
Without the
8:16 here. I want to eat dinner.
and without you.
Oh wait, this is on. What am I doing? I think it still has Google Lens. I found something about it in the Google app. I clicked on a camera, it said Google Lens, and then tried searching it up. Found some things. I'll have to look a little deeper, find more.
This isn't about
Bunch of wires and stuff. Not too bad.
I can't stay here any longer. Not now.
So, this is a really weird setup here. I have the line coming in, then it has to attach to the resistor, And then another line has to come out. Let's see, where do I want it to be? This needs to be between that one and that one. I think I'll have it all work right here. So go ahead and put the wire here. Grip it. There we go. Where'd my wire go? There it is. Should be long enough. Let's go ahead. Grip this. Now we have main wire stripped. We have secondary wire. These need to go together. Together. They need to attach to the same side. Could be that one there. Okay, those two are attached to the same side. That's good. I need another one. Probably you. We need to attach it to the other side of the resistor. Yep, that is good. And we put it all in some heat shrink. This one maybe? Okay, it's too small. This one? Maybe a little too large. Let's see what options I have here. Box of goodies. One. Yep, that'll work. Long. Hello? There we go. Hello, Saber Storm. How's it going? Just in time, I'm right at the very end. Just set up blade detection resistor here. That will go in there. This guy. Needs to just bury himself in there. That will need to be here. Something like that.
I am the Senate.
Hopefully that's not too short. Something like that. Is that right?
Do it.
That's sitting where I want it to. Yeah. NeoPixel, yep, of course. NeoPixel. So Goth3 Designs Master Chassis for the Rey Scavenger from Saber Armory. So far it's been 6 hours, 36 minutes of streaming today. Plus streaming the past 3 days for however long I did for those days. Okay. We do this one. Which will end up here. Out. Armory, yep. Sorry if I'm not as enthused about, or don't sound enthused about interacting. A bit tired and hungry right now. I had said not ending the stream until I finally get this thing finished. I'm right at the end here. Basically been about 6 hours, 40 minutes of working on this with no breaks. Today. Okay. There we go. Okay, so that should be the blade detection all set. No issues. Okay, making sure all the wires are in place here. Okay. Something like that. Just the speakers, and then I have to fix a wire that I chopped because I had made it a bit too short, so I wanted to extend it. See. Bit of a tight squeeze here. There we go. there and there. Making sure it all lines up okay. Got some weird wires sticking out in certain places. What was wrong with the wire? I just had it a bit short. I wanted it longer. So I just chopped it so I can extend it later. Why are you sticking out so much? Don't. Sit neatly in your little channel. Too bad. Not horrible. Okay, let's get these two speaker wires attached. Make sure that they are all routed correctly. Because there's quite a lot of wires just sitting here. So most time-consuming thing about this lightsaber is the wire management. Trying to get all of it as efficient as I can make it. Here we go. Shouldn't be too bad. Again, I've used 32 gauge wires with this one. Can I follow you? Probably not. I only follow people that I probably watch. And I don't really watch any lightsaber content stuff. The only lightsaber related people I follow are like the people like the Saber Trade or KR Sabers from the Saber Armory and Goth Designs, those kinds of people. Or hey, maybe if you do something really cool and I see it, maybe I'll follow. But we'll see. It's pretty rare for me to follow anybody. But make some good content, maybe I'll see it, and then I'll follow if it's good. Maybe make a good video and then I'll repost it if I see it. Transition stuff, that could be interesting. Not entirely sure what that means. Is that like edits, or is that like lightsaber spinning that transitions into something? I'm not too familiar with different styles of lightsaber related content since I don't really watch them. Gabe, you're back. Hello. 12 hours just routing wires and then attaching them to network. Yeah. Well, it's 6 hours 45 minutes. The first hour was what? Getting the magnets to work on here. And then it was all just wire management and then setting up the speaker, and then the speaker didn't work because it was too big, so I had to find a replacement and then replace that. And then wire management. So yeah. This is why occasionally in the comments and stuff, I say you guys are lucky that you see my edited versions, because you don't want to be sitting there for 6, 7, 8 hours of me just wire managing the heck out of something. On the complicated builds, the easier ones are way faster. The easier ones are like basic ones I can do in 4 hours or less if I'm not filming. Maybe faster, who knows? Depends on the saber. But something like this eats away at the time. Especially because I like to focus on every single minute detail as best I can. The real time consumer. Yeah. How's that? Is that too much? Do I need to cut it shorter? Yeah. Definitely need to cut it shorter. Well, maybe. Hold on. If I move it to the other side. It's right over here. That one could be good. This one might be long. A little long. And to cut it, 30. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this to some degree. He changed your mind fast. He said about a day to finish, but then changed it to a week. What's gonna make it a week? Alright, I'm gonna eat some gummy bears.
I've never been so lonesome in my life.
Hey, Saberstorm, if you want to send me some videos, maybe I'll watch it.
I'm completely lost without
If they're cool, I'll share them.
I never realized I could even miss any one person so much. I just hope
Hopefully we're still live here.
too much longer
My thing just reset. There we go.
I'm able to be with you again.
Just a little gummy bear break here.
I wonder if you're
We're almost done.
this matter
Just these last 2 wires.
I see the Padawan needs one last lesson.
Well, the last 2 wires, and then I have to fix the wire that I chopped up. That gonna work? Maybe. Put it on the other side. Alright, I'm just gonna solder these two down. I think they're the right size. Okay. Here we go. Zoom in for the final two wires. Well, final two plus fixing one. Got it zoomed in as I want to make it right now. Alright, let's do this. Okay. That's two wires. Now I just have to fix the one that I messed up earlier. On purpose.
Tell me, is it the chosen one? He will avenge.
Here we go. Now, where's that wire I broke? You? Let's hope I can strip it. Go. Yep. Good. Still good. Still safe. Good. Now let's extend it a bit with one of these extra wires I have lying around. Okay, time to strip this one. We are getting there. Just gotta finish extending this one wire, and then I'm going to work on the SD card real quick. Update the config on the board, and then we'll fire it up, see if it works. If it doesn't, I have no idea what to do. Go. One extension. Use the super tiny heat shrink.
The Clone War has.
Just chop it in. Enough? Yeah. Oh, you're asking about all of the holes on these things? Yeah. Oops. Yeah, the CFX doesn't need all the holes filled up. It's just whatever you use. These are all just for extra things. For instance, all these back here are for LEDs, so not neopixels, but single color LEDs. All of these. These guys, I don't know, I forgot what those are for. All of these are for like Bluetooth and OLED screen. All of those will be filled up if you use Bluetooth and the OLED screen. They will all be used. This side's pretty much all used. This heat shrink does not want to shrink down this small.
You'll have to kill
What the
me.
heck? Do I have a smaller heat shrink? This one's not working.
That might be the Mandalorian way, but it's not my way. Not anymore.
This one's the smallest I have. What the heck? Be careful. We're in the home stretch. All I wanted, have that get a little bit further down, over there. Something like that. Just a little bit further. Well, single color LED would be for like accent stuff on the hilt or in the chassis. They can be really nice if you do it right. But they're like the tiny little accent LEDs. Okay, just have to do a little bit here. Connect these two wires. Okay. Something like that. Something that I can very easily just hide away in here.
My master could never be as vile as you.
Just some final wire management before I put the soundboard in place.
I will avenge his death.
There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. That needs to go in there. All of this will be squished down like that. Just take that out for now. Okay, almost there. Gotta hide all of these wires. Hide them away. Hide them all so none of them can be seen. Too bad. Almost there. There we go. Okay. Take a look at that. Not too bad.
Commander Rex, you're in violation of Order 66. I accuse you of treason against the Republic. You will be dealt with.
Have to make sure all the wires
Garrison.
are as snug as possible.
Garrison bonus activate.
Yep, that'll work. That'll work once the soundboard is all glued in and stuff. Here we are. Alright. That's gonna get secured later. Now we just set up the SD card. The Scavenger different from the normal Rey one. This is the normal Rey one, but specifically this is called the Rey Scavenger, which is the name that is given to this product particularly from the Saber Armory. And it is the most accurate Rey lightsaber ever made, and it has a working emitter pedal opening mechanism. That is why it's the best. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to quickly swap things over to the SD card. Set up the Rey stuff. Almost there, guys. Just uploading the config to my SD card. Not really putting the SD card on this new SD card. Update the firmware. Hopefully this stayed good enough. Part I'm just using one for my test kit. So hopefully that works just fine. We're swapping over to brand new one. Okay, being copied over. Hopefully this works. I have not secured the positive battery tab in yet. I'll glue it in later. Clean up a bit. DevBra. Okay, so the algorithm sent you over. Alright, so I'm making a master chassis for this Rey lightsaber from Star Wars. It's the most accurate Rey lightsaber ever made. Has working emitter pedal mechanism. It's basically one for one. I'm making what's called a master chassis, and I just finished it, so you're about to see me test it for the first time, see if it works. Hopefully it works. Alright, SD card is in. Here we go, guys. Negative to negative, positive to positive. And it does not seem to be working. No smoke or anything, so there's something weird going on. Negative, positive. Let's see here. Is the battery charged? It should be. Strange. What if I open it up a little bit? Something like that. Get some room to breathe. Nothing. That's not good. Alright, let's see. What could be wrong? It's not getting any power. So the negative is connected. Make sure the negative is the one that I connected properly. -2. You know, I know exactly what I did wrong. Easy fix, but also a stupid mistake. Let me just double check. Yep. See? These kinds of mistakes even happen to me. I had mixed up where the positive and negative go for the main battery. That's what's going on. Luckily for me, Crystal Focus has reverse polarity protection, or else everything would have just exploded just now. Let's turn that on. So nothing exploded, which means I was protected from my stupidity by ingenious engineering. How lucky. How very lucky. Now let's swap it and hope everything works. Oh yeah. This one is positive. Positive goes to the outside. Let me just check my diagrams and such. Normally I have my wiring diagram on like a little soldering mat on my table, but unfortunately I do not have it, so I was going off of memory. And I made a mistake. So luckily I didn't fry the soundboard, or else you would have seen smoke. I have seen plenty of fried soundboards. Wiring diagram's not helping me. Where is it? Where's the proper wiring diagram? There we go. Yeah. Positives on the outside. On the outside I currently have negative. Yep, that is a pretty big issue. Let's take this out. Come on. Yep. One wire has been released. The other wire being released now. Okay. Let's do this one. This one is the negative, and the negative goes closest to the USB port. Yep. Swap them on over. It's always really tricky trying to resolder these things. There we go. Easy. Easy. Alright. Thank goodness for reverse polarity protection. Okay. Now that be it. Now I have to double check. Okay, so negative, follow the wire, negative, positive, over to positive. All my wires will be hidden. Every time I take the soundboard out, I have to redo all of my little managements. Okay, and then that's all there. Hopefully, the next few builds I do are easy ones. Sorry guys, just putting all the wires back in place in their channels so everything is hidden. Okay. Most. Thank you for keeping yourselves entertained during all of this. And bearing with me during a rough build. Luckily, it's not the worst. Haven't broken anything, nothing's been fried, nothing's exploded. No scary smoke.
Starting firmware update.
Hey, look at that. Turned on.
Firmware updated.
Ooh, okay. Alright, so that means the data works. Take a look, you guys. Everyone pay attention today. We have a working lightsaber. So, right now I have it all set up for red, just so it's easier for me to look at. This is my test setup. Maybe I'll set up the other one and show you guys, but...
Welcome.
Ooh,
Core
yes.
Stability at 93.138%.
Okay. It's working.
Ready.
Let's turn off the lights. Have some extra fun with it.
Monitoring energy flux.
Look at that, guys. A 7-hour stream.
Core stability confirmed. Movement activated. Crystal core COD. Goodbye.
Ooh, very cool, very cool. Cut it off. Awesome. Okay. So the final things I need to do, one, is to change the SD card to not my test one, so when that's actually showing the right colors for everything. But the next thing I will be doing, probably tomorrow, maybe I'll take a day off and then do it on Monday or something. But next thing I'll be doing is adding all the rods to these tiny little holes here, which is an absolute nightmare to deal with. They're really, really tiny, really, really annoying. But most importantly, I'm going to be working on the section in the hilt that actually activates things. So the button section in there. So hopefully it should be much shorter than these previous ones. But yeah. I'm going to just... Yeah, I think I'm just going to end it here. I'll set up the SD card for the next time with the normal stuff. Maybe I'll just do it now. I'll do it now. Yeah. Worked so hard on this, I'm just gonna do it now. Just bear with me for a little bit while I get my normal setup for it. And then I'm going to, don't be alarmed if it turns on automatically. I haven't calibrated the magnetic sensor yet, so it's not exactly tuned for this build, which means it'll likely just ignite itself randomly when I first turn it on. And this is like a full-time job. 7.5 hours of doing this. Alright, 20 more seconds and then this thing is uploaded to the SD card. Alright, I still feel stressed about turning this thing on. Like if I do anything different, everything's gonna just explode, but it worked, so it's not gonna do that. I know it logically, but you know, got that internal fear in there. Okay. Negative, positive. There we go, it's yellow. You see? This is how it's supposed to look. Then we turn it on.
Welcome. Core stability at 93.138%.
It looks so different with the clean chassis,
Ready.
the not weathered one.
Avoid impacts during repairs. Repair aborted.
Don't worry guys, that's just part of the sound font.
Success. Repair completion requires power core reboot. Please cycle power now.
Close look at the crystal. Looks like everything up top is working great. Crystal's in solid.
Monitoring energy flux.
We have the accent LEDs pulsing up and down through my little pulsing section. My favorite
Ready for
section. One that I spent a long time doing things to try and make it right. Turbine section, I like to call it.
Timing circuits.
Yeah, I get it.
misaligned
Sure.
due to impact. Recalibrate.
And then we have the 3 LEDs I have set up there. I won't.
Auto stabilizer.
Yeah, I get it.
Malfunction
Okay.
due. Goodbye.
But I'm gonna save this for later until I have this glued down so I don't accidentally touch things. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed checking this out. That was a lot of work. I'm very glad that it finally worked out. And nothing broke or exploded. Did make that one mistake at the very end there that luckily didn't turn into a catastrophic cataclysmic event or something. Now it's time to just clean up, eat some food, go to bed, do whatever else. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Thanks for sticking around for as long as you have. Any of you who are watching later, this is a 7-hour stream. What are you doing? I hope you're skipping around. And yeah, I'll be back either tomorrow or maybe I'll take a break tomorrow and then I'll be back Monday. But we still have a little bit to go. Alright, This has been awesome. Thank you guys so much. See you later. I think I have a little bit of a delay on my screen here. There we go. Good. Bye, guys. Weird. Trying to wave. Alright, see ya.